Oh shit, hold on, sorry. You don't need to worry about that. The rain is so good. Best decision. Who needs loading screen music when I have this? Wait, oh my gosh, thank you for the super chats and the memberships. Thank you. Domo. Good super, thank you. Sorry, just in case I miss these, I'll try to scroll up. Come on.
Oh, kana.
Oh my, look at this. I forgot to switch this over, look. This look. Don't worry, Keiichi. We're gonna get you out of there. We're gonna get you out of Hinama's. I forgot to take it. Hold on. What would I do? Wait, it's kind of cool like this, though. I'm gonna get you out. See if Rena Ryuku can take home this. Oh, kana. I mean, it's perfect for Armored Core. Oyashiro-sama's curse is real. Okay, hold on. Oh my goodness gracious. we're done. No, never! Never! Tina Mazal is just a silly place. Okay, hold on. Okay, we'll keep it here for our, like, armored core. Okay, bye.
Get out! Wait, take this away. Thank you, sorry for the wait. I wanted to clean, now I feel nice and clean and yum yum. Thankfully, my core doesn't hurt as much as I thought it would. So that's very good, actually. Splatoon... I almost said, like, Splatoon, so, like, Splatoon-tinded. So that's good. Pull-ups are still probably the most difficult. I want to get one of those bars that you put on the, Oh, why is the gain so high? I want to get one of those bars that you put on, oh, like the door hinge, but I'm scared that if I pull on it, what if I break it? Yeah, like on the wall. I don't know. They are very difficult. I went to a carnival once, and they had if you stay up here for like 5 minutes, you get $100. Me. All right, no problem. I got this. It was harder than I thought. And that's coming from me. Although, I guess that was a couple years ago. Okay, let me put here. There. This is the proper size. And I think it is. I'm sorry, I'm so shitty. I am. I hope you endure regardless. Yeah, that's what I'm concerned about. I'm not strong how strong the house is, per se. Like, if that was the perfect word to use. Me, itself, I should be fine. I don't think I've ever broken anything. I know when I was younger, like, a bookcase almost fell on me that was really heavy. And when the Guardians got home, they saw that I was, like, lifting it up as a kid. But I almost died from that. I thought that was funny when I think about it. I don't know, I knocked it over. Well, I always remember that. And then one time my sister had to go to school. And what was it? We were very close. We still are now. We still argue, but it's like we're very close anyways. And so we were very, like, attached to the hip. But I had to go to school, and the school bus came. And she started crying. And I guess that's when my empathy arc started since then. Because I was like, no, I don't want to go now, but I gotta go to school. I got a little sister. And I remember specifically, we were watching Superman, The World's Finest with Batman. That one movie when they had the crossover. But then I had a terrible attitude that day and I got in trouble. So there was that. But I remember that all of a sudden. I don't know why though. Okay. Yeah, I like that movie too. I don't... The first thing I think of though is like... That was the first time I saw any sort of cuckold in my life. Because you have Lois Lane, and then Clark Kent, and then Bruce Wayne comes out of nowhere and starts rizzing up the place, steals his date, then Superman stops Batman at like this bar, and he uses his X-ray vision to look through his mask, and he's like, Bruce Wayne. And he's like, you peeked. So it's like, wow, Bruce, the great Batman has been done in. But then Batman put like a tracker on Superman, so Superman goes back to his hotel or whatever. Clark Kent on the phone talking to Lois Lane. She's talking about how great Bruce Wayne was. And I'm just like, little me is like, I just feel weird. I don't like this. And then he checks his like coat or something, or one of his clothes, and he has a tracker on him. And he looks out the window and Batman has like binoculars, and he is looking at him through the binoculars, and he found out his identity. And he does a little like wave hand signal, then jumps off. So I can recognize the whole movie. Okay. Sorry about that. How we doing? You remember watching? See? And the Joker had like, because there's two designs for him, but one he had like completely black eyes, right? I think it was that one. He had that one. Then Harley Quinn was being played by him, but she always is. But she's so cute and cool. I like her character development. But today, we are playing a very nice game called, Higurashi, When They Cry. The cicadas are crying. They are crying. And, what was I thinking? Oh, it's a very nice, wholesome game. Okay, it's about a boy moves from the city to the country. The country used to be named something else in the city. The country used to have a different name before. There were sus things, multiple murders, somewhat cult-like things around. He has made good friends, but they've been really suspicious. And then there's a murder of a photographer that he gets along with. And then a policeman starts using him as bait to find the killer. And also is like, yeah, I want to look at a dead body. And he's 14, by the way. And he's just like, what the fuck? And he starts freaking out and getting paranoid. And then the line in the gameplay is like, is he being paranoid or is he not? Domo. And it's up for you to decide. Actually, good question. How long is Tsukihime? Let's see. 40 hour. Okay. Higurashi, all of them is like 50? 60? It's like 12 hours for each chapter, right? It says I spent 20 hours on this so far. Okay, but hi, welcome. I tweeted my stream, right? I am allowed to play chapter 2, but no further than that. And anyways, Ryukishi, thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. But it's like a double-edged sword, because it's like, aw, you want to play all of it, right? But at the same time, it makes sense, right? It gives me a good stopping point, because knowing me, I try to play it to the end. But, yum, 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 yum. So, on the last time of Higurashi Ball Z, well, on the last episode, Keiichi got some food from his friends, and there was a needle in the food. Yay. Yay. And he freaked out and threw it and didn't eat it. And then his friend, then Ryugu, was implied to be waiting outside his room while he was talking on the phone. Sometimes talking about her with a policeman. And then his friends are also like, hey, who are you talking to? Me? I'm talking to... You're a liar. You guys are keeping secrets from me, aren't you? We all keep secrets. But how can you hold us against that if you're keeping secrets of your own? It's like that and creepy. Yeah, and some baseball practice. Yeah, some baseball. So that's it. Enjoy. Sit here, enjoy. Anyone who stops by VN streams make me very happy. I love. For me, it's easy because it's like I don't even have to voice over anything if I want. Oh. Sorry, Nico. Ashton, I showed the guys a sus Twitter tweet. I'm over here closing my browsers and I saw it. Okay, but very nice. I appreciate anyone stops by. The end streams are pretty much like it's like a watch along, but it's playable. And speaking of, this has an anime, so very cool. It's like watching a show. You got it. You got it. Did someone die? The photographer did. And maybe the nurse. No one knows where she is. But the photographer is dead. Do you want to die too? Don't die yet. Not yet. Don't die. Promise? Wait, where were we? Okay, here. Oh wait, my name is Machina X Flayon. It is a huge pleasure to meet you. Thank you very much. Wait. I forgot it. It still works. This is like having a new toy. It's really like having a new toy. Oh my goodness. Are you ready? Hello. Please send this video to someone who wants to play visual novels. You should play visual novels now You should play it now. We're playing Higurashi When They Cry. The first chapter is free on Steam. You should play it now. You should play it now. You should play it now. You should also play Minako When They Cry. It's 100 hours. You should play. Thank you. Yeah. Wait, no. Oh, I forgot we had to do this old one, guys. Domo. Is it like that? Also, Brisket, thank you for the super chat. Megamind X Flayon. And I'm the intellectual dweeb that was smooching. What was the name of the reporter? I forgot. Shit. She was very nice. I liked her. The intellectual dweeb smooching up Roxanne, and we were smooching up a storm. I like that movie. Beto needs to watch along it. Okay. Bennett from Genshin. Huh? Sorry. What did you say?
Well, asked if anything's changed since last time.
His voice is the hardest. How do I make it sound bassy and deep, but like an old man at the same time? He already did it? And he didn't invite me? There wasn't any answer, so I got a bit worried. Not really. The words stopped in my throat. There was a ton of stuff that happened. All of it was baffling. What should I talk about? I didn't understand any of it, but I should try asking. If I didn't ask now, I may have another chance. This night, when my parents weren't home, I had no guarantees I would make it through the night safely after all. Oh yeah! I remember now, your parents aren't home, and you may be marked for murder. Woo! Oh, Oishi-san. It seems that someone is after me.
Really?
It could all just be a coincidence. But that day when I missed school when I was sick, the two of them came to check up on me.
Which two?
Rena and Mion. No! Wait. In Casey and Friends, what's Rena's name? Rena and... What was Mion's name? I've yet to watch it. This is a wholesome game about friendship, and this is what happens if you don't trust anyone. They started talking about how I had lunch with you. Stacy. Ugh! My name is Max Flanders. My name is Max Flayman. Ew. Maxine Flayman. What next? They left me some mochi when they came to visit. But there was a needle inside. Fortunately, I somehow didn't swallow it. I wonder, could that have just been a threat?
Domo.
If you want to activate a voice, you associate something with it, and that's how you activate it. So, good luck with this.
Domo. Domo. About the needle.
It was just one of those common sewing needles you see all the time. There's a hole to the thread string through.
Not that, Mahabharata-san. The needle itself. That's evidence. It could be used as proof that they threatened you. It could be used as proof.
What the? See, this is hard. This is why I deleted it, because I was like, wait, I thought of a bad idea. Wait, can you hear? Can you hear me lift it up a bit? What the? I gotta change out this mic. Where is it? Because the diaphragm and the stomach are in the same place. When I do sit-ups, that means my stomach is sore. Now that means my diaphragm is sore in a way. So I'm like, oh, I screwed up. Okay.
Domo.
What was that? It was me lifting up a bit like into my shirt. Maybe I
Do it like this, you can hear Holland. Okay.
I like Foley. Do you like Foley?
Domo. It could be used as proof that they threatened you. Where's that needle? Okay, that's fine, right?
Foley is fun. I know, right? I love Foley. I have like a huge folder. It's like 2 gigabytes, which may not seem like much, but it's full of so many sound effects I purchased, and I'm like, oh yeah. Mixing is fun if I have lots of Foley. And you hurt your diaphragm? You can if you injure the area around that. The diaphragm itself, I'm not sure.
That's right. That's it. I dropped the receiver and rushed downstairs. I tossed the mochi. I had overlooked it out of terror. But that needle was a valuable piece of evidence. Okay, this is a test. Okay, so if you get into a car wreck or any type of accident, be honest with me. Do you take pictures? You should take pictures immediately. Always take pictures immediately. I found the mochi and the needle at the wall together. I remember someone crashed into me once, and it was just like, there wasn't really much of a dent, so I was just like, you know what? Just go. And they're like, are you sure? I'm like, yeah, I don't have time for this. Like, I can't see anything, can you? I'm like, no. I'm like, yeah, just go. It's just a little tiny scratch. I can paint over this. No more car insurance. If it was there, it would be on the living room wall. Would the needle stick there? But my prudent mother had cleaned that living room wall. And there was not a trace of mochi left on it. She took the needle. She took the needle. Could it be that it dropped in the gap between the wall and the carpet? I've been on the other side of that. Oh no! I've done it too. Wait, which one were you? We got one where it's, no worries. It's okay. The great genius pilot has definitely crashed cars before. Genius doesn't mean no mistakes. I've done it. I felt really bad though. But every time, that's why I take my sleep very seriously. So if my sleep isn't good, then I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm not going to do this today. My first driving experience? Scary. Scary. Very scary. I was like, what the? But then after I played Mario Kart a bit, I was like, I get it. The car is like a representation of my body. So the car, when I crash into things on Mario Kart, it creates like a friction damage and I slow down. So if I treat it like my body and I get used to how big it is, then it gets easy for me to drive. Then ever since then, it's been smooth. You let someone go that should have been reported? No. Okay, before we continue, I've heard horror stories of, if it's a windy day, be careful if you open your car door. Hold on to it. Because if you open it and then the wind pushes the door, it will hit someone else's car, especially if it's in a parking. Be careful. Be careful. Be careful of the wind. Don't trust it. If it's a windy day, be careful. Parallel park. It's hard. I'm good at it, but it's hard. No worries about it. If you have to do public transport or want to do it. Driving's not for everyone. Even if you're good at it, you're still at the mercy of other drivers. I frantically searched by running my palm along the carpet, but nothing turned up. I tried moving around the sofa and the desk, pulling up the carpet, then flapping it around. Big flapper. But I couldn't find the needle. She cleaned it up, bro. You were too slow. Did my mom clean up everything without noticing it? Oh, okay, wait. Let me try to think from her view, though. Would I actually notice a needle on the... Maybe like, if I just assumed that it got dropped, I wouldn't assume it's in the food. It was just 2 days ago. I didn't know what day they collected the burnable trash, but it may still be in the trash bin in the kitchen. I rushed into the kitchen, opened up the lid of the pail, and poured out the contents. But even at a glance, I could tell that it would be incredibly difficult to find the needle in this pile of trash. I was looking for a needle in the trash stack. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not. Nah. If there's a needle in the haystack, or it's a haystack in the needle stack, no, I'm not sticking my hand in there. Would you stick it in there for evidence? I know. I'll try running my hand through it. Get this boy something else to put in there. It was a bit gross, but I was looking for a needle. If I felt a small prick, I'll be able to find it. It was a pretty tactless method, but it was the quickest. I held my breath and started striking the pile of trash in my hand. Phil flew about. There's nothing more disgusting than this. It was not the time to be concerned about such details. I continued on for a while, but nothing turned up. I wanted to search more thoroughly, but I was still on the phone. Wait, we need to give you, hold on. I shouldn't keep Higurashi-san waiting for too long. Later, when Mom got back, I'd have to ask her if there was a needle. Wait, oh, shit, oh. I hastily began scribbling on the notepad affixed to the refrigerator with a magnet. Was there a needle? I scrawled the words with a red pen. I then dashed back up the stairs. Right, been keeping Oshi-san waiting for too long. I am the raccoon in the trash, it's me. Hello? Oh.
Hello? Domo. I'm gonna keep doing this, sorry. Domo. Hello? Hello? How did it go? This is hard, dude. I have to do Dassy, Old Man, and Deep. With a bit of raspiness of 4 categories. You try doing it and tell me. Wait, tag me your Domo on Twitter. Yes, it's so hard. It's because this isn't my natural range, right? I'm not like an old man. So it's really difficult. So if I was a director, I'd hire someone who could do it naturally. Just to minimize. Unless you can, but that's really hard for me. Domo.
I couldn't find it. No, Keiichi's easier because that's in my range, I think. Even if he is 14. I was really overwhelmed back then, and... 2 separate takes, with Hello, How'd It Go? Or you mean like voicing both these characters? Yeah, they'd be separate.
I see. It would be great if you could find it. It would be great if you could find it. I see. It would be great if you could find it. Keep it safe.
He sounds too sexy.
That's right. The needle wasn't the only incident. I had to tell him about that this morning with the hit. Wait, that's true! Boy almost got a hit and run! How'd he survive? He has that Phoenix Wright look. Holy shit. Gets hit by a truck. I only got like a minor sprain. I'm good. I had to tell him about this morning with the hit and run. Also, Oishi-san, that isn't all. Actually, this morning, that van was definitely aiming for me. I could say that without question due to the circumstances at that time.
Oh. Oh, did you see the license plate?
Okay, that one's up there.
I can search for it from here.
He's so nice when he isn't using him as bait.
Damn! I just flipped out yelling at him back then, but I didn't look at the plate. Considering how fast they drove away, I don't think they could have. You could have, actually. You're stuck. You're stuck. What failure on my part with the needle and the plate number? I remember the first time when stuff happens with the accidents, I also forgot to look at the plate. I think it's something you have to teach yourself to do. Even then, sometimes it's really hard. I was so focused on just protecting myself that I let some of the most important details slip out of my grasp. I need like a stem object. I need to be rubbing something. Okay, I rubbed this piggy bank. Can you hear it? Okay. I need more stem. I punched my pillow. Annoyed at how wordless I was. I'm sorry. I don't know much more than that it was a white van. I miss ice cream trucks. I always get the SpongeBob or the Sonic the Hedgehog one because they taste the same.
Nothing to fret about, my better son. Anyone of these shaking up after being hit.
I guess all of this is really... isn't a coincidence, is it? Oishi-san said it's him and Oliver at the other end. I can imagine him folding his arms. Also, Rena is acting strange.
Oh, so?
I noticed for Oishi, I gotta like tighten the muscles on my neck a bit. I definitely gotta do that. Okay.
Well, what Rena said on the way home today, and then when I'm voicing Keiichi, my muscles are more loose. Asking why I was so much like Satoshi-kun. Now I could say it with confidence. That Rena knew what happened to Satoshi. She knew that there was more to it than him just simply disappearing. Strain your voice? No, not really. I think if you're not used to it, it will. But, like, I'm used to it and I know how to do it properly, so it doesn't... So it's like Hakka doing Screamo. And even I can do that, I just avoid not to do it. I can't do it to his power, but I'm like... I'll avoid doing it if I believe, like, it's not time yet. But I think the only thing that will strain everyone's voice is the... voice. Everyone can do that one. When it gets really gravelly in your throat. Everyone can do that voice, but it will fuck you up, so no, I usually recommend not doing it. But Oishi, I think it's fine. Rena knows. She knows something regarding what happened to Satoshi. The kid who was demoned away last year. Isn't he your age?
How would that be exactly?
Rena said, I was the same as Satoshi. Tempus covers? Oh ho ho. I hope you enjoy. She said something to the effect that the way things are going, I'll end up with the same fate as Satoshi. Well, she was warning you. Maybe.
Wait, you say? Exactly what kind of fate did she say would befall you? Domo.
Transferring out, she said.
Transferring out?
Rena said Satoshi transferred out. So, given how things are going with me, I'll transfer out too. Toishi-san let out a stern sigh, and then grumbled loudly. Wait, let me get my controller. That's how I did it last time. Oh my god, stop it. Domo, my bara-san. I can't do it. Domo. Is that a peon profile picture?
My bara-san. That was probably some sort of threat. Or maybe some type of warning.
I thought so too. At that point, I started to think, would it be prudent to sum up everything that had happened up until now as the machinations of some human perpetrator? Other than the theory of it being Rena and the others, I was left with Oishiro-sama's curse actually existing as the only other explanation. Could two 14-year-old girls and two 11-year-old girls take on a 30-year-old man? I don't... I guess, yeah, if they play it smart. If they play it smart. Damn it. So the thing is here that they're saying Rena, Mion, Rika, Satoko killed him. Okay. But he's pretty fit. Tomitake is pretty fit too. They might have weapons, actually. Oh my god, there's a Rena Ryugu cosplayer that came to the meet and greet and they had the cleaver. It was great. It was so funny. Except, Rena's strange behavior could be proof of either scenarios. There was Oishiro-sama's curse being real or everything being part of the conspiracy committed by all the villagers. Now that makes sense. With weapons and maybe villager help? Rena was involved. Rena had to know something. Rena was suspicious. What exactly was Rena? It's the poster girl for Higurashi, or When They Cry, I guess. I couldn't help but think she was somehow involved with the prior string of mysterious deaths. I seem to recall that Oishi-san had admitted that he had dug into Rena's past a little. No, he saw the receipts. He was probably just downplaying it when he said a little. Meaning he'd actually dug pretty deep, most likely. I wanted to hear about Rena. I wanted to know what happened at her previous school, among other things that were still unknown to me. KHE, invasion of privacy. If Rena was somebody I should suspect. No, Dad. I wanted to know the truth. Tonight, I was alone in this huge house. Do you ever watch like my VN streams while you're driving? Is it weird? Is it like watching in a radio? Even though I said I couldn't count on them. I had lots of security I felt I had just by my parents being around. It wasn't like this house was some sort of fortress or castle. If a malicious person decided to use brute force, I'd easily gain injury. If only I knew when you guys had me on speaker. I want to embarrass you. But nice. But in a nice way. And there were no other residents close to... What?! Bro, it's over! He lives in the neighborhood and there's always someone... It's that one neighbor and they have like their home away from everyone else. It's over. And no one would be able to hear anything. No matter how loud it was. I never felt as much resentment towards my father's artistic temperament. And the fact that he had this house built in such a remote location as he did right now. I wondered if I would still be here by tomorrow morning. So I had to ask. right now. Because I had no idea when the next chance would come. Yohi's blocked it out. Oishi-san, I have something I wanted to ask about. Please don't keep anything from me.
Sure, ask away.
Even though he was so far away on the other end of the line, this was the most reliable he had ever felt. When he wasn't using you as bait, I wanted to ask about Rena. About what happened in her previous school.
Actually, regarding Rena's...
Hey.
Hey, do me a favor and turn your lights off. There's one. You can hear it. Since I was so focused on the call, I hadn't paid any attention to it at first. But I finally realized it was the doorbell. I'm outside and it's daylight still. Don't do this to me! Get a blanket and cover it. Use the jacket. The time was 7 o'clock. It was past the time the postman would be making a delivery. And past any sensible time for a neighbor to be visiting. I considered just acting like nobody was home. But that wouldn't be good. That would ruin all the work I put into making it look like my parents were home. I need to answer the door. Hello? Maebara-san? Sorry. Someone seemed to be at the door. I'm gonna go see who it is.
I guess? I see. My apologies. Should we end this phone call now?
That would be a problem. No, I'll be back in a second. Do you mind if I leave the phone on?
It's fine. I don't mind.
I dropped the handset on my bed and dashed down to the door. Did you hear it? Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? Did it... I needed to make up a good excuse to get them to leave. I had a hunch it was the lady who called right before Oishi-san did it. In which case, it would be one of the neighbors who's friends with my mom. I'll just say Mom isn't feeling well and went to bed early. Me trying to get out of detention when they need the signature, that would be the easiest option. It'd be hard for her to ask me to wake my mom up if she's not feeling well. They'll continue to ring at regular intervals. If someone didn't answer after you rang the bell so much, you'd really give up and go home, wouldn't you? You're scared. Really? Oh my god! I'm blue! Mhm. There, I didn't delete of it. You'd normally give up and go home, wouldn't you? Without removing the train, I opened the door slightly and peered out at the visitor. A chill ran down my spine. I knew it. Somewhere deep inside. I had prepared for this moment. I tried to escape, But imagining he was the easiest person to deal with. One of my mom's friends.
Good evening.
Oh my god, no! Oh my goodness.
Good evening.
Yeah, it's just the cute girl. You're right. It is just the cute girl. Look, even more so if we change the spray and let's take a quick look. Look! What do you have to be afraid of? There's nothing for you to be afraid of. There's absolutely nothing. This is someone that you can trust. See? What do you mean? Ogyuu flipnote. Good evening.
Good evening.
Rena. There shouldn't be any reason for Rena to come over at this hour. The timing also made me feel uneasy. Because it was just as I was about to ask Oishi-san about Rena. I wish I could have chalked this up to some mere coincidence. But those unsettling words from Neon several days ago echoed back to me. There's nothing this old man doesn't know. Are you alone, Rena?
Yeah.
It seems that Mion wasn't with her. But that didn't change the situation at all. Why did you come here?
Kiichi-kun. I'd like you to open the door so that we can talk. Can I come inside? I wonder...
It was true that speaking through a chain door wasn't the right way to talk to a classmate. But, at my house, the chain has to be on at night. Don't worry about it.
Then... it can't be helped, I guess.
You can trust her. Look at her face, dude. Look. She's so sad. Look. You'd say no to this? It's your friend. She's here just to check on you. You've just been acting really silly these last few days. She just wants you to be okay. Rena pouted rather sadly. Would you trust her? Younger me, no. Now, yes, regardless of same situation. But she kept on smiling at least, and her effort to keep up that smile was quite pitiful. Even though she was looking at my heartstrings, I didn't lower my guard. Like, if you came to my house and you said someone was chasing you, I'd probably let you in and go, oh shit, really? I'm not one to try and doubt with that. But then if I get screwed over like that, I get screwed over. But I don't want to do like... I don't want to do the case where it's like, I don't, and you actually are being chased. You know, when you're younger, did you trust anyone? As long as I stayed like this, even if it made my heart ache, my life wasn't in danger. What I really feared, more than the possibility that hoodlums would assault me if I removed the chain, was trusting Rena enough to remove the chain, and having my friendship betrayed. As long as the chain wasn't unlatched, even if it made my heart ache, I wouldn't have to deal with being betrayed with by Rena. Sure, It didn't seem like it removed the chain from her silent urging. But she appeared to give up on trying to get in through the entranceway.
Have you eaten yet, Kichi-kun?
No, I haven't eaten. Since my mom wasn't there, dinner wouldn't be ready no matter how long I waited. I laid down when I got home, and I was woken up with the phone. And didn't have a chance to eat since I was used up all that time in talking. Wait, here, let me unlock my cursor. You'll see what I'm doing. Do any of you do this? None. I was going to have cup noodles in any case. I could just eat one whenever I wanted to. I do that when reading. No, not yet. What about it?
Then, good.
Let me take it off though, it's gonna be distracting.
I brought a bunch of dishes.
Rena held out a stack of boxes wrapped in a cloth.
If I could use your kitchen, I can heat up the miso soup and other stuff.
It's fine. You don't need to do that.
But there's lots of tofu and vegetables in it. Does Kichi-kun not like that type of stuff? I wonder.
There's no way I wouldn't like that. What's this game? This is Higurashi When They Cry. Have you ever watched the anime? It got very popular with that. I love miso soup with lots of ingredients. White radish, carrots, burdock root and potatoes, tints and fibrose root vegetables. Yeah. That miso soup looks incredible.
I also brought rice, so if you microwave it, you can eat it really quickly.
Without a doubt, rice needs miso soup. When would a friend like this, what? Stuffing rice down your gullet, sipping miso soup in between ravenous bites. Yes, how wonderful it is to be born Japanese.
Also, I made some more pickles. I made some sansei pickles this time.
Before I had moved here to Hinamazawa, I scoffed at the nut and vegetables called sansai. But I was captivated by their charm the first time I tried them. Such a deep, yet light flavor. The vegetables from the supermarket were tasteless and bland compared to these. If you had to describe them, then they were vegetables for the uninitiated. To become an expert such as myself, you first had to partake of sansai. It was common knowledge around here that the Ryukyu family's traditional pickles were wonderfully delicious. Really? Now it makes you actually want to have pickles, and I hate pickles. No matter what kind of pickles they were, they go so well with that fluffy white rice.
And also, but wait, there's more.
So delicious. It just seems so delicious. Farewell to my unhealthy self who said he'd make do with cup noodles. Rena appeared to be in good spirits, and she was offering such a delicious-sounding dinner. Are you hungry? The stress evaporated from my gut, and hunger reared its voracious head. At the same time, my awareness of Rena suddenly dwindled. Rena did say she was alone. It shouldn't be a problem letting her inside. Though, the possibility that it was laced with poison still hadn't been ruled out. At that moment, a cold chill ran down my spine once again. I couldn't understand why such a sensation had occurred just then. But the voice inside me was sounding the alarm. This happy Rena speaking of this charming tenor was dependent on one premise. And that premise was that tonight, dinner had been made at my house. Meaning it was under the assumption that my mom, who should be making it, wasn't here. At any normal household, 7 o'clock would be around the middle of dinner time.
If my mom were here, we'd be eating dinner around this time as well. The fact that she brought over all the makings of this meal at this time was inherently strange. Unless she knew. Rena, did she know that my parents weren't home? But there was also a chance that this was a bluff. I had turned on the lights and a bunch of other stuff to make it seem like my parents were here. There was a chance that Rena was unsure if my parents are home. But I had to wonder. The laundry, the garage, the evening paper. There are plenty of signs of them being hastily tidied up. It's hard to say that Rena didn't have a chance to determine if my parents were here or not. You made it in time, friend, don't worry. But there was no reason for me to confess that right now. I should try holding on to that fact as long as I could. First of all, the chain was still latched. As long as I didn't take it off, Rena wouldn't be able to do anything to me.
Would you open the door?
I'm quite grateful, but dinner will be ready pretty soon.
But it's Rena, look at her. Look.
Oh! Look!
She doesn't mean anything wrong. Would you? Yes, I would.
Oh, kana. Is that so? I knew you went through all the effort and everything, but... well... unable to think of a good way to refuse. My heart's shelled off weakly. But some of this could work as side dishes. I think... I'm sorry. We have more than enough already. My mom always makes quite a few sides. So... Huh? You have side dishes? With a smile that bordered on a cringe, I dodged their questions apologetically.
I hope you guys didn't cringe at yourself at the meet and greet. All of you were fine.
But the feeling I tried to ignore began creeping up my back again. I spoke as if my mom was setting down dinner right now, but it didn't match well with what Rena was saying. Rena was talking as if she was aware of some obvious fact, and that I was aware of it as well. So Keiichi-kun can cook. What did you make, I wonder?
Oh, she's not falling for it, bro.
No, well... it's not that
You did good. Don't worry. You did good.
No, well... it's not that Renetta assumed out of nowhere that I had made the dishes.
Bro, she knows.
No. Not so much that I made them, but rather that my mom hadn't.
This was me when the principal at school was like, I know that you ran away from home. And I was like, how did you know? I still to this day don't know how he knew. But it was really suspicious. That was me though. I remember I was in the principal's office and my stomach dropped. I was like, he was a dick anyways. I didn't like him. Okay, where am I?
Did you really make them? The side dishes? Did you, Keiichi-kun? It wasn't me who made them. My mom did. No, she's making them. Right now. So you see, I'm sorry, but I can't eat what you brought.
Rena fell silent at that moment. Are you bad at lying? At that moment... He's trying. I felt that the light had suddenly disappeared from her eyes. How about I try guessing what Keiji-kun's dinner will be? This is like a battle interaction. It doesn't matter what I'm going to eat. I feel like this is a conversation I'd have. Hey, what are you gonna eat? Oh, I'm not sure yet. Well, hey, let me guess what you're gonna eat. Let's see. The conversation might appear natural at first glance. Paranoia was firmly in control. I felt like I was being interrogated. Your dinner, I wonder, is it something that can be made with just hot water? Hey now, stop with the insults. I can't believe you belittled my mom's extravagant dinner like that. Tickets sold out, full capacity already. It's that amazing. I tried my best to put on a strong front, but I couldn't grit my teeth quite right. Skeleton, you can't see it! She knows her boy can't cook. Fuck. See it? How could I be the streamer? Everyone who stops by the stream's funnier than me. You need to stream, my man. And if I was watching that and the streamer said I'd lose my mind. But Rena showed no reaction whatsoever, even to that silliness. Keiji-kun, did your mother really leave you dinner? Wait, out of context, this could be like your friend doesn't take care of themselves and they're just like, oh yeah, I've eaten today. And you're like, no, bro, I know you haven't. You just had Doritos, didn't you? And you're like, no, I had a nice filet mignon. And you're like, nah, bro, I know you didn't. I know all you did is eat today's Skittles. No, you see, she didn't leave me dinner. She's making it right now. It's almost time for dinner. Bro, don't make a lie if someone else needs to be there to don't lie if someone else needs to be there to confirm the lie. Where's my grandma, Mr. Wolf? Where's my grandma? What big jaws you have. Oh, yes, just the larger the love you with, dear. This is girl dinners. Oh my god, girl dinner. I want to be girl dinner. We're not taking that assertion of mine that my mother was home and making dinner right now and was completely ignoring it. I could tell that the more I panicked, the colder Rena became. Hey, Keiji-kun, what's wrong? Why are you saying B? I want to be girl dinner. I want to be someone's whole ass meal. That tracks, doesn't it? If I want to get married, that means I also want to be someone's girl dinner, right? That makes sense. I want someone to walk by me and go, oh my god, he's so hot. I want to be someone's girl dinner. Does that work? I don't get it. Yeah, that's what I mean. At that moment, an uncomfortable chill crept in from the gap in the doorway. Is your mom home? I wonder. I couldn't keep up this charade anymore. Rena. She knew full well that my parents weren't home. But I'd come too far to admit it now. Anyway, my parents were here and we'd be having dinner soon. That was the situation I had concocted. So I answered. I told her she was here. She's here, of course. I could feel the humidity drying out from the surrounding air. Rena's eyes were becoming even more frigid, piercing me with their chilled glare. Why? Huh? What do you mean? I tried acting casual, but that facade was torn off me the instant I looked into Rena's eyes.
That look. It informed me of Rena's response faster than she could open her mouth. Why have you been lying to me? I wonder. I'm not lying. That's a lie, isn't it? It's not a lie.
Better, keep it like that. Better like that. Let me take a quick look. Oh my god, that's a pretty good face too. That's pretty good too.
Rena's outburst sent a jolt surging through my body. Her and I were still separated by one few inches that's slightly ajar. But still, chain door could afford it. But despite that, I was still being cornered. My house, which I'd considered a safe haven until now, had become more like a dark alleyway where no one can save me. Shall I guess your dinner, Keiichi-kun? Let's see. I knew now that Rena had already known that my parents would not be here tonight. But it was still so strange that it had come to this. And if she somehow knew that my parents were at home, there's no way she'd be able to guess what I'd be eating tonight. Rena said she'd guess. How could she guess it? How could she know it was instant? Cup noodles. That's right, isn't it? I was going to eat. Wait. The cooking repertoire of a man who can't do housework is probably nothing but cup noodles after all. Looking at this statistically, it was the most probable answer. That didn't mean she was guessing. I don't think you'll be full of just noodles. I think having rice and stuff will definitely hit the spot. Calm down, Keiichi Maiwara. This was just a coincidence. Rena was just reading certain tales of mine. So the fact that she was inferring what I was thinking alarmed me. But it wasn't as if she was actually reading my mind. If it was being read, then she was a demon. Oh no, not a demon. Things like that. They couldn't possibly exist. Do you like them? Do you mean noodles? No. Rena indicated that point my answer as addressing was wrong. Her battle was so short that I momentarily didn't understand the words Rena had spoke. Also, thank you for the previous super chat too. Thank you. Hi. Sorry, Rena. What did you say just now? Huh? About what? Just now, you asked me if there's something that I liked, didn't you? It wasn't long before I regretted how carelessly I'd pushed forward with that question. It was such a simple answer. That was why I wasn't able to comprehend it. Pork bone and ginger flavor. I wondered how I appeared in the moments my mind went completely blank until the moment I was able to recover. As my field of view began to distort, slowly swirling in a counterclockwise direction, I lost all sense of balance.
Is this some of you at the meet and greet?
Why do you know that? I didn't even deny it. That was the type of frenzied state I was in. How could Rena know even this? not even caring as I mashed my head against the door. I fixated my gaze on Rena. But she didn't even flinch when she saw me do that. I certainly did buy them. I bought a bunch at once. I bought a whole case. How could you know that? Why, I wonder. Quite strange, isn't it? Isn't it? How could you dodge the question at a time like this? The chain and the door suddenly were no longer protecting me. How do you know?
Do you have a Birkenstall icon? Holy shit. Also, what do you mean by that? It's because I will obviously notice people's usernames, so I will remember if you tell me your name. Usually there's a good idea. And if not, tell me like a situation and I'll remember.
How do you know? Answer me! You bought them at the 7th mark, didn't you? The shiver ran up my spine. I tried covering it up with an angry facade. Like I said, what do you know that? I was behind you, following you the whole time. What are you saying? I couldn't understand what she was saying. She'd been following me all this time. That's because Rena was right behind Keiichi-kun's back the whole time. Like that night I was absorbed in my phone conversation with Oishi-san. I didn't even sense her being there, standing behind the door, behind me, standing there, just like that. When Keiichi-kun was picking out the noodles, I was watching the entire time. You picked out so many different flavors, didn't you? Then your mom got angry. If you're going to pick the expensive ones, then you should just pick one type, she said. Then Keiichi-kun picked out that big box of pork bone and ginger flavor that he loves so much, didn't he? I like it too. Pork bone noodles. But I can never eat a whole big bowl by myself. My brain was paralyzed, dulling my senses. It might have been a defense mechanism to diminish the fear I was feeling to non-traumatizing levels. With the fear being diminished, the fog enveloping my mind was cleared away. Have a good one. Then, I could understand what Rena was saying and start to put meaning behind her words. Even so, my fear hadn't subsided completely. It was like I was standing at the edge of a cliff. Eyes closed, I didn't have to look down. It didn't solve any of the basic problems. I slowly took a step backwards. And as I withdrew, Rena advanced. Oh. So, Keiichi-kun, can you open this? We can eat dinner together. I'm sure it's going to be delicious, so... Okay. Rena's pale, slender fingers squirmed through the crack in the door one at a time, as if they had a mind of their own, rattling the chain. If she had unlatched the chain from the door, a feeling of terror would have just exploded within me. But Rena didn't do that. She was simply imploring me to remove the chain. She was doing her hardest to light the fuse of the powder keg in my heart, trying again and again. Clatter, clatter. But it doesn't light. It doesn't light. Open up, Please go away. I beg you. Please go away. How can you say something so mean, Islander? Islander. Please go away! Go away! Go away! The powder keg inside me finally went off. No smoldering. It just exploded. I tackled the door. The force through the door had knocked Rena momentarily off balance. I couldn't hesitate here. I grabbed onto the doorknob with both hands and planted my feet firmly and pulled with all my might. But that slamming sound I so decided didn't happen. I could feel a tiny, disturbing bit of resistance keeping the door from closing. Oh no. Oh yeah. And the source of that was Rena's fingers. Each of those fingers wriggling, squirming around the tendrils of a carnivorous plant through the crack in the doorway. Ow! He smashed it on her hands. It hurts! It hurts, Kichi! It hurts! It wasn't a harsh shriek, but more of a yelp she was trying to keep back. Go away! Go away! Go away! I kept on pulling on the door with all my might. I didn't even realize that if I didn't loosen my pull on the door, at least momentarily, Rena wouldn't be able to pull out her fingers. And that was why the door wasn't closing. It really hurts, Katie. I'm sorry if I was messing around too late. I didn't care one bit for her apology. No matter how much she apologized, it didn't change any of what she had done up until now. It didn't change anything. It hurts. It hurts. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go away. Go away. Go away. And I couldn't even leave if she wanted to because I trapped her fingers. Rena's white fingers had become deep red and were no longer even squirming. I'm sorry! I'm sorry! I'm sorry! Go away! Go away! Go away! I'm sorry! I'm sorry! I'm sorry! I'm sorry! I'm sorry! I'm sorry! And his apologies are occasionally twisted with pain, but like a broken record. Just intends on repeating it over and over. Go away! Go away! Go away! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! I pulled on the door even harder. Finally, Rena's fingers were somehow able to slip out from their imprisonment in the doorway. The moment that happened, the door closed soundly, and I could hear the thud of Rena falling on her butt on the other side. I locked the door immediately. I made a loud clunk, voicing my rejection to Rena. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Katie, I'm sorry. She's still oh my god. Yeah. I remember watching this in the anime. Holy scared the fuck out of me. Oh my god. I think in the anime, I forgot if they show you the fingers too. Oh my god. Rena leaned against the door, apologizing professionally and nothing else. After confirming that I was sufficiently sealed off from her, I trudged away from the entryway. On the other side, I could still hear Rena echoing her apology. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Those pitiful words. They would forever be seeking my forgiveness. I didn't feel bad about this at all. But that wasn't out of any sort of malice. I felt this sort of hazy sense of relief that I was able to escape from Rena. Before, Dion had threatened me at the doorway, saying there was nothing she didn't know. And just now, at the same place, Rena told me the same thing. My people full attempt to disguise the fact that my parents weren't home had served no purpose from the start. That I could have just pretended to be out and not even opened the door. My finger plans didn't help at all. Rena was solo. It was impossible to outwit them. Even though I was on the other side of the door, I wanted to get away from Rena as far as possible. One step, two steps. With each one, her sibling apologies became more distant. I sprinted up the stairs and dove into my room. As you would expect, I was finally no longer able to hear Rena repeating her endless apology. Diving into my bed, I was startled by the hard lump I felt. There was something in my head.
I hope you enjoyed it. Hopefully I didn't scare you too much.
It was the receiver. I finally remembered. I was in the middle of the call with Oishi-san. Looking at the clock, apparently not much time had passed since I went downstairs. Could it be my clock had run out of batteries? I had talked to Rena for so long. How did almost no time pass? But the hand on the clock was ticking forward 1 second as usual.
We're really in it now, Bunflies.
As I put the still, warm receiver to my ear. Time, which felt frozen, began moving once again.
Thank you. Let's work together. We'll make this up epic. Read with me.
Hello? Oishi-san? Sorry to keep you waiting.
No. Oh no. That didn't wait that long.
It became apparent that the amount of time that had passed between myself and Oishi-san was different. Over the phone, I could hear an energetic voice from a sports program or something. It drove home just how far...
He's just watching sports while he's freaking Keiichi's punished, bro.
It drove home just how far away Oishi-san really was. Rena came just now.
Did she come to play?
I wasn't confident that I could coherently explain the situation to Oishi-san. But I need to right now. Right now, I needed to know about Rena. The one thing I knew was the single grim reality that Rena was suspicious. And what was true, what was false, I couldn't tell.
Oh, here. Bam. Okay, back. Where am I?
I might be able to figure out something out if I asked Oishi-san about her. Up until now, I had regretted it whenever I forced myself to ask about things I was better off not knowing. That, looking at it that way, you could say that I hit rock bottom. There was no possible way I could feel any more regret than I did right now. No. Rather, I wanted to know if there was anything beyond this I would regret more. Forget about tomorrow. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility for something to happen tonight.
Would you have closed the door on her hands too?
I wanted to know everything I could.
How do you know when to pull out the back lock? Whenever I skip over it a bit, I just pull it out right here.
I was absolutely not going to die like this.
I just cried. I never would have opened the door. But what? It's your friend, though. You wouldn't open the door for... What if it was me? You wouldn't open the door for Machina x Flayon? Huh? Good night, sleep well.
Not without knowing anything. I definitely won't. Regarding Rena Ryuka-san?
Oh.
Regarding Rena Ryuka-san? I did a bit of digging. Yeah, though it wasn't much.
I understood that Oishi-san was talking in circles. I bet meant I dug so deep it'd be hard to discuss with you since you're her friend. I want to know everything from your research.
I don't think he'll be very interested in what I have to say, though. Domo.
Oishi-san.
Are you interested? I'm selling these knives. Would you like to buy some, sir? For a sunflower such as yourself, you'd be in the need of taking care of these in your garden. We've got a bunch of kitchen knives. I hate those. I hate those. I hate those. I hate those.
Oishi-san. I spoke as calmly as possible to Oishi-san. It was continuing to avoid the issue. And then, I said it. I think Rena Ryugu is suspicious. Even if the past incidents were from Oyashiro-sama's curse, Rena Ryugu is involved.
Do you have some sort of proof that makes you believe Rena-san is suspicious? Domo.
How do you say it? Say domo right now.
Domo.
The manner in which Oishi-san spoke became very firm. Do you have some sort of proof? That was him talking as a detective. I only have circumstantial evidence.
I see. Domo. Walta.
I could tell even over the phone how disappointed Oishi-san was. Pulling on the fishing line when he felt the bite, willing to reel in the bait. Disappointed but ready to cast the line once more. That's how it seemed.
Domo, Maibara-san. Domo.
Oishi-san, you can't do anything without physical proof, can you? What I meant was, you can't come and save me without proof.
What? That's fucked up. Can't. Shit, it's the 1980s. Protect him.
I stuck that barb in there. As Oishi-san loved roundabout ways of saying things, he understood me just fine.
It's fine, Maibara-san. I'll protect you.
That was not the least bit reassuring. The Oishi-san was just using me to continue his investigation. I was just going to get killed. And my corpse would be an important piece of evidence. That was all I was, son.
The quota.
Whether I'm alive or dead may be of no concern to your investigation, but it's all over for me when I die. Oishi-san went silent on the other end of the line. That may have been too blunt, but I didn't care. All I needed to relate to Oishi-san was that I was currently in a very dangerous position. So please, tell me about Rena. Satoshi transferred out. Not too far in the future, I'll probably also do what Rena called transferring out as well. But you won't be able to find my corpse. You haven't even been able to find Satoshi's body yet!
Alright, Maibara-san, please calm down.
I was already suppressing my agitation, even without Oishi-san having to tell me.
Domo.
It wouldn't solve anything if I continued to scream about my mistrust in the police. It would seem that I could only depend on myself, and the bad Satsushi left behind to protect myself. Then, I at least wanted to know about what happened before Rena transferred schools.
He told you, she crashed windows. Oh my god, this song's so creepy.
You're aware that this won't be very interesting, right?
Oishi-san. Realizing my resolve couldn't be swayed, I finally caved. Right now, to me, there is nothing that I'll find uninteresting. Please.
There are a few things I need you to agree to.
Okay.
Please keep this confidential, the NDA. Also, Part of this may be speculation. Not all of it may be true. Are you still interested?
It might not be true. I don't understand what you mean.
There isn't one main investigation for the mysterious chain of deaths in Hinamizawa. Each one is treated as its own individual case. Thus, Ryuga has never been linked to any of those investigations. Basically,
Domo, do you see?
This isn't an investigation of Rena done by the police. And it's a personal inquiry? Is what you're telling me?
this will make things a lot quicker since you understand. All of it is from either phone calls or meetings and interviews. So, they aren't even corroborated. I'm asking you to take this all with a grain of salt. Is what I mean.
Would you believe it? Would you take it with a grain of salt? Do you believe me? You shouldn't believe me. I'm sus.
Do we have an agreement?
All of it is from what you just heard?
Yes.
I believe you. You can't believe me. I'm evil. I would bite every one of my fans. Yes, I would. I'm evil. And you think it's like a cute bite? No, I'd rip out your neck. I'm like a bear. That's why I said I'm hibernating like a bear. I'm a wild animal. You heard of the VTuber Tool Bear? That's actually me.
Yeah, my apologies.
He's about to say the info.
It's, well, my personal investigation, you see.
That thing. Before, you said you saw Rena's chart, didn't you? I'm sure I heard you say that. Oishi-san paused for a moment on the other end of the line.
I told you that, too.
Please pretend you didn't hear anything about that.
I didn't care about Oishi-san having certain obligations and responsibilities. I also didn't care there was no proof. Even if there were just rumors. There's no smoke without fire, after all.
Oh my god.
Please tell me, Oishi-san.
Understood.
Oishi-san finally opened those tight lips of his. It seemed that Rena lived in Hinamizawa a long time ago. She had moved to the Ibaraki prefecture after she finished elementary school. Then, following that, right after transferring, the unfortunate incident with the breaking of the school windows happened. Then Rena confided to the doctor. It was Oyashiro-sama. This is all that he knew.
There isn't much difference between what I know and what you know, Baibata-san.
Then what part did you investigate further? I didn't need to ask. It was the incident that happened just after she transferred.
Oh, I forgot this.
The incident that I was responsible for, and what she divulged to the doctor afterwards. Correct?
Yes.
After you learn about that, he starts... Wait. It's just... Yeah, I did suspect them.
So, they're the ones after all?
Wait, I can't do.
No. That's not what I meant by suspect them.
Oishi-san was the type of person to say things with confidence, but these particular words were less than reassuring. Then, who did you suspect?
And who else? Oyashiro-sama.
That Oyashiro-sama's curse.
Oyashiro-sama's curse really exists. Yeah, right.
Ogyuu-san's laugh was
It's quite dry. Certainly not the kind that would make you want to join in. Ogyuu-san resumed the conversation. Are you normal? Are you normal? I'm normal. About the dubious circumstances behind Satoshi's disappearance. The course of events up until they started delving into Rena's past. Just then, there was thunder in the distance, and a heavy rain started pouring down. It came without warning. Rain so heavy it felt like it could beat you down. I had left the window in my room open a crack to let the heat out. The violent wind danced into my room, making the curtains flap wildly.
What is it?
Nothing. It just suddenly started raining heavily.
Sorry, please continue.
I got up while still on the phone and closed the window.
I said at the beginning it was an incident, because neither the school nor the victims all charges. The police were never involved. So, you see, those involved were very reluctant to talk. Regardless of there being a victim on one eye being so bad it became permanent damage.
It sounds like it, doesn't it?
It could have been the school or possibly someone individual who made arrangements to keep this from going public. Also, the psychologist is very strict about their professional ethics. Hello?
My brother-son. Was I taking this on by accident? Oh my goodness. Oh no, it's fine, okay. Oh my god.
There was a figure of a person standing by the light near the mailbox this whole time. Even in this torrential rain, they didn't have an umbrella. They were unquestionably drenched from head to toe. And the shower, which more resembled a waterfall, droplets of water dripped down from her hair. Just standing there, both arms dangling at her side. On one hand was a stack of boxes wrapped in a cloth. Her eyes focused on my room, focused on me as I was about to close the window. Her mouth was methodically repeating a chewing motion. And it was as if she had something hard to chew in her mouth, with her cheeks popping out. What could she be eating over there? How could it be at this time? I was more enthralled by Rena, instead of the shocking developments being brought to light by Oishi-san. If it hadn't started raining, I wouldn't have gone to the window. Then I wouldn't have noticed Rena, nor would I have noticed that. Rena's mouth was moving in the same pattern. She wasn't eating something. She was repeating something. What was it? What was she repeating to me? What was she saying? And why was I right against the window, fixated on her?
Hello? Higurashi-san. Can you hear me? Hello?
I'm sorry.
Higurashi-san.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Hello? Higurashi-san!
Even in this torrential downpour, Rena was still apologizing. The other self inside me drew the curtain hastily with my right hand, blocking my view of the outside. But even doing that, Rena's relentless apologies still reached my ears. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If I forgive you for this, will you forgive me for that? Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. I'm sorry. 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 Damn it! Why did I have to forgive her? I'm the one who has to be forgiven. What if we can't you forgive? I won't be killed. If you won't forgive me, then I won't forgive you either. I won't forgive. 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 I won't forgive.
Son. If you can hear me, then please respond. Hello?
The Oompies block each other. Seventh March. Oh wait, there are 13 chapters? Old. It's old. So I guess it'd be like dissociative identity.
I see it in movies quite often, but what is it exactly? Multiple personalities without it be escapism. Multiple personality disorder as a form of escape? Correct. The exact mechanism is not fully understood, but it's still believed to be a type of defense for the brain to maintain mental stability. Hypothetically, poor people imagining themselves as wealthy is a form of escapism, is it not? Is this also a form of multiple personality disorder? I wouldn't go that far, but broadly speaking, one could infer that. It's something that occurs in us all.
Well, does a... Now it's called dissociative identity disorder, so if you ever talk about it, talk about it like that.
Does a split personality occur when one cannot tell which is reality and which is the escape? That's difficult to say. There are some who agree with that and some who disagree.
Yeah, it's like, this takes place in 1982, doesn't it?
There's a consensus. Then, is the occurrence of multiple personalities still an unknown phenomenon? Something not fully comprehended in the psychiatric field? Well, unfortunately, that is the current state of things. We only put our hope in the future research. But it's...
What?! Lord. We found him, boys. We found him. Takes out my blade.
Recent studies find that those who develop it, or rather, those who are more susceptible in developing it, may be genetically predisposed or may have abnormal mental development. Some say that childhood abuse increases the chances. Speaking of which, person A here experienced abuse as a child, didn't he? How sad.
What the fuck? What the fuck's wrong with this police officer?
Person A has
7 different...
Person A has 7 different personalities. Let's watch a video of him.
Right after these commercials! Oh my god! This is the most society thing I've ever seen, and I know it's real. After everything that's really bad. Is this a TV show or is this where they like, man, this is a terrible occurrence that happened. Anyways, let's sell merch. What the fuck? It's right after these commercials. Hey! At the 7th market. The 7th Mart was a bargain supermarket with food and alcohol. What's this, Keiichi? So many! There's no reason to get all the different kinds, is there? I flopped. Floppa. Thank you for the super shit. Thank you. This was the guy. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Rilla. I flopped all the different colored cup noodle bowls into the cart. Cup noodles have gotten so elaborate recently, and there are a bunch of different types. I want to try each of them at least once. I knew it was pretty selfish of me, but I thought I'd at least give it a try. Keiichi. Buy them in a big case, it's cheaper. Do you buy small or big? I'm big, Floppa. Dad faltered. Well, I had a feeling it'd end up like this. Dad knew there was no point in him butting in. Oh, thank you. The hardest things for me are being subtle with emotions and being on the verge of collapse and really, really intense emotions. These are always hard with acting in general. And then I'd only get to eat one kind. I get bored with it. Me too. I don't want to eat one kind. I mean, what do you add to cup noodles to make it healthy? Chicken and egg. What else? Yeah, see, now I feel like eating ramen. I should eat some today. Good luck at work. Okay. Egg, vegetable. Fuck, what vegetables? Oh my god, thank you for the super chat. Thank you. It's so cute. Thank you so much. It's cute, right? I'm glad you like it. Leafy greens. Peanut butter. What? I thought I'd only get to eat one kind. I get bored with it. It was just this thing as a formality. I'd already given up inside and wasn't sure which case of noodles to get. If you can't pick, then Mommy will pick for you. You don't have to rush me. I quickly searched the cases of noodles for what I want. Thank you for the magenta super chat. Pork bone and ginger. Large cup? Hey, Keiichi, can you get a more normal one? I'm gonna add the macaroons to the ramen. If I let Mom pick, she'd err on the side of safety and get soy sauce or salt flavored. Pork bone is good. I don't want a big bowl of tasteless stuff. I remembered insisting the noodles I picked are the right kind. Maybe I should cook ramen again. It's been a while though. I think I need shukamen noodles. Let's see. We don't taste that good though. You can't say that. You can't say that. There are couple runes here that are dating each other. Are you telling them that their significant other doesn't taste good? Shake my head. And this frozen memory in time. This encapsulated world. I didn't have the power to look around at my surroundings. So, I did what I could and reached out with my hearing and vision, sharpening my senses to find the presence I overlooked. No matter how much I searched through my vision, I couldn't see Rena. I rewound the situation searching. But of course, I couldn't find her. Then, was she spying at me from my blind spot? I go through the sound impressions again, looking. I could sense the other customers. They were all mixed about, moving as they please. There was nobody looking over this way and nobody trying to get behind me. Not here. I wanted to befriend y'all, not eat. Damn, I'm feeling really hungry. Shit, damn. Sorry, couldn't be me. Nom nom. Not here. Couldn't be here. Probably wasn't here. I definitely noticed if someone was right behind me, even if I wasn't on my guard. This one creeps me out the most. I smiled readily at the thought of using a vague word like probably, right before contradicting it with definitely. Then, I paused my mental replay as a chill ran down my spine. There was definitely a presence like a shadow behind me. That was
A terror unlike any other. If a presence really had manifested behind me, I would definitely have turned around to check for it. But the world had moved on, and there was no way for me to turn around. While carrying that frightening shadow on my back, I was gleefully running around the store searching for a case of noodles. Running through the instant noodle section, mouthing my mom. But there was that presence constantly at my back, sticking to me like a shadow. No way to see what it was. Realizing it now after the fact is horrifying and repulsive. In that moment of time, I was running around gleefully, carrying that cardboard box. Tip, tap. But listening to that moment again, I could hear footsteps other than mine going pit-pat with every step. Tip, tap, tip, tap, tip, tap. Pit, pat, pit, pat, pit, pat. Tip, tap, tip, tap, pit, pat, pit, pat. Tip, tap, pit, pat, pit, pat. While I was running, the sound of those barefoot footsteps going pit-pat were right behind me. Me running around gleefully. In that closed-off moment in time. But I didn't hear it. No. I heard it. That's why I remembered it. I didn't think I had heard anything. That's why I didn't turn around. That's why I didn't turn around. In that moment, the pit-pat of those footsteps are following me the entire time. I couldn't run faster and escape. I couldn't run any faster than I had ran at that time. I couldn't turn around. I hadn't turned around before. Not once. Then, I returned to my parents and started talking. The shadow, like presence, was right at my back. And since I didn't move, the shadow didn't move. That is why it made no sound. That was all. At that time, I hadn't taken a single step while talking with my parents. Oh, bye. I was just standing there. This was undeniable. And yet, I heard it. A pit-pat. That shouldn't be. If I took 3 steps, it followed 3 steps. Wasn't that the rule? There was no sound other than that. At the time, the entire world had gone dark. A sudden darkness. It was the end of my reflective journey. I was tired. I wanted to end it. Someone to turn on the light. Except my body couldn't move. As if I was sewn into that moment in time. Pit-pat. My past self's hair stood on end. That's impossible. Now that's just breaking the rules. I haven't moved, so you shouldn't be moving either. I couldn't move, so you shouldn't be able to move either. Follow the rules. Pit, pat. Yet that sound echoed in the darkness once again. The hair on the back of my neck pricked up on end. It was so close. that it was hard to tell whether I was touching the hair or not. Why couldn't I move? Like how the presence was moving behind me. I quickly realized I could move. It's just that I was scared and didn't want to. But now was the only time I could turn around. It was something unforgivable in this moment in time. But I needed to turn around immediately. As if my entire being was trying to force me to stop. It began to administer a pain like a needle being stuck in my every pore. I'll turn around. I'll turn around. I'm not scared at all. I'll turn around. I'll turn around. I'm not scared at all. A scream I was unable to vocalize. I turned around. At first, I couldn't understand the meaning of it. What is this? The situation in front of my eyes. It was like the mouth biting an apple and slurping on the juice. The way you would do with an apple. My mind was being eaten. It began to munch down, slurping the juices. Because it was like an apple. Meaning, what was in front of me was... Yay! Yay! Woo! Woo! I guess I'd be lying if I said I didn't get any sleep. Did you enjoy that tip? That was the creepiest one so far. I liked it. Ah! Oh! Oh, oh my god, I almost dropped it. Is this the last chapter, or is there one more after this? I guess I'd be lying if I said I didn't get any sleep. You're scary. No, you. I'm not scary. I tried to stay awake all night, but there's definitely gaps in my memory. I guess I kept nodding off and jerking awake in a panic all night. I spent all night hugging the metal bat and sat on top of the futon I used to barricade my door. I think he's gonna play baseball. Waiting. Waiting. Watching just in case someone tried to break in through my window. If I left this thought, someone would break through the door, sending the futon flying, and attack me. But if I stopped watching the window, someone would break through the glass and attack me. I tried telling myself I was just being paranoid, but I couldn't sleep. Insomnia, no! The thought of being so vulnerable scared the living daylights out of me. If sleep meant taking that risk, I didn't need it. It was so much better to just stay awake. At some point, during that endless cycle of nodding off and jolting awake, light began to shine outside. But that was it. It wasn't so much the morning as it was just the sun simply having risen. I snuck out a peek through the curtains. Rena was gone. Are her fingers okay? I couldn't see her anywhere no matter how hard I looked. Finally, I could breathe a deep sigh of relief. The night was finally over. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tired. But I didn't feel like sleeping at the moment. I still had time. But I needed to make my own breakfast, so I better get started soon. Skipping school is also an option. You can't hurt crazies, I'm crazy. With my mom gone, it'd be easy to play hooky. Honestly, I debated it. The risk involved in leaving my house is incalculable. So staying holed up in here was probably my safest option. What you guys hear? No, my tummy's sore.
Oh, well, whatever.
But staying here wouldn't solve anything. Oishi-san wouldn't help me without a cold, hard evidence. Neither he, nor my parents. So, unless I found some sort of proof, these relentless nights would never end. I stretched out my body, tilted my head back, and closed my eyes just like I did every morning. I regulated my breathing.
Quick breathing break. Breathe in.
Breathe out.
Okay, I'm gonna beat you up now. Ow! Oh. Oops.
And regain my senses. Calm down, Keiji Maebara. Let's go to school. Let's wait until they set the trap for me. But that didn't mean I was just going to twiddle my thumbs. I needed to avoid that trap and secure irrefutable evidence. Take note of the plates on any car that drives by. If I see someone suspicious, check their clothes and face. I wasn't just protecting myself, I was preparing myself to turn their attack against them and retaliate. The tension was similar to when two samurai were both aiming to slay each other, with a single motion as they drew their katanas.
Oh my god. Maki runes. The horny Maki runes.
I was not at a disadvantage. I would have a chance to retaliate. I finally felt a bit of courage growing in my chest. All right, let's go to school. I tie up my grip on Satoshi's bat. He was the only partner I could count on. Satoshi, please lend me your strength.
I'm gonna go see if I can get a snack. I'm gonna get a snack. I need a break after that. Let me see, there's like chips or something. Screenshot this. Right back. No, I cut you. Hi. I got wafers. Honey and peanut butter. Oomphy, I'm so sorry if you died, but please help me. You were probably murdered. I haven't had these in forever. I remember when I got snowed in at school, I had animal crackers. Want to share your wafers? Sure, depends. I have too much shoujo manga brain rots. When people are like sharing, the first thing I think of is like sharing the same drink with like the two straws. Or it's like, So at first I'm like, what? What? What do you want from me? And then I'm like, oh, okay. You can do it. Yeah, the Pocky kiss. Let me nibble this. You know, it happened! It happened! Yes, God! I did it! I've seen it! I've seen it! I've seen it! At Starbucks! They both had 2 straws in the same drink! Now, did they put the straws together? Probably not. But I seen it. Himawari's seen it! Any other contenders? What's the most shoujo manga thing you've seen? No, we'll continue in a second. I'm biting this. Number away from hand touching. Okay, now that's a lie. Someone trip into someone. They both. No, not the titties. Wait. I think that's happened before. Wait. Oh, I blocked that out. That's happened to me before, but that was like in middle school. And I felt really bad. And the girl was like, no, it's okay. And I'm like, no. I'm like, ah. That was once before. Only once. What? My boyfriend confessed to me under a street lamp at 2 a.m. What? I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna find you. Bro got the shoujo romance confession. Insane. The cicadas and the crickets in the background. Hey, I really like you. And then the blush fills your face. And then you're both sleep deprived. Oh, that's cute. I'm so happy for you guys. Don't bother me! Yummy wafer. The Mahirans come here to flex on me. Okay. Yeah, I'll probably be cicadas. Okay, hold on, I'm done with this. Okay. Middle school relationship runes? I knew some people that dated in middle school and are still together, but only like 2. Only 2. Only 2 people. I think they're married now. Others? No. Those did not work out. Okay. I think so. Satoshi, please lend me your strength and trust your telling regrets to me. Since you were probably murdered, I'll make sure I dispel them. With renewed resolve, I checked the clock. It was still early. Of course, I was going to my school by myself today. Wait! Himawari? Hinamazawa? Sunflower? Looks left, looks right. Anyone's neck feeling itchy all of a sudden? It's just me. Of course, I was going to school by myself today. If I didn't want to run into Rena or Mion, I need to leave now. I have a strong urge to play baseball. The shattered fragments of the cupboard are still strewn all over the entryway. Right. I meant to clean it up last night, but never got around to it with the phone call and everything. If my parents came back and saw this while I was at school, I would never hear the end of it. Still, I'd be wasting time if I cleaned it up right now. And considering what would happen if I ran into Rena or Mion, it wouldn't be too late to clean it up after I got back home. Making extra certain that the doors are locked, I left the house. I'd play baseball with you guys, that'd be fine. Have you played kickball? My uniform was still covered in mud from yesterday, so I left it in the washer. Today, I was going to school in a tracksuit. Give me your cat. But wearing a different outfit this morning, my mind was forced to accept that today was different from yesterday. If I could steal your cats, I would. Every last one of you. I had a hunch. Today might be the day I get killed. Keep your guard up, Keiichi Maedabara. The only one who gets to decide if today is my last is me. You can't have her. I'm going to be a landlord. I'm going to purchase your house away from you. Therefore, I would have ownage of your cat. Oh, jeez, what happened there? I spent the morning practicing my swinging was in my natural routine. Would you still let us live there? I would. I think it'd be hard for me if I was renting a place out. Maybe the first couple times. Now it'd be fine. Because I'd like, give you the benefit of doubt and be nice, but if you take advantage of it too much, then I'm like, fuck, you get out. After a while, Rena arrived at school. Our eyes met, but we said nothing. Rena said nothing about it last night. As if it never happened. But I could see that those events are real by the wounds Oh! Rena said nothing about last night. As if it never happened. But I could see that those events are real by the wounds carved into her fingers. That's so cool I'm voicing this and reading it at the same time. This is the power of cold reading. If you want to do voice acting or any act, just do this. Remember to move around your body a lot and make faces. If you don't know, just record yourself and watch yourself talking in the mirror to see what you do. And just recreate that. I just heard her telling Santika and the others that, No! My voice sounds bad recorded though. If I could take every Makiruin voice and coach you to being better, I would. It's okay. None of them really sound good straight up. Just remember to hum and learn to sing. I just heard her telling Santika and the others that the bandages were hurting herself from her hurting herself in the kitchen. Me and the doctor asked where to get those marks on me, and I'm like, I fell down and I tripped, and he's just like, Wait, maybe that was a bit too personal. Let me keep going. Though, it wasn't like it bothered me. The details that Oishi-san shared about Rena's incident before her transfer played vividly in my mind. Now that I knew about it, I couldn't even dream of Rena as a cute, ideal girl. Mion! Kei-chan, I see you're still aiming for the nationals. It was Mion. I'd already sensed her approach, so I wasn't that surprised. Oh, Mion. If you understand, then leave me alone. It got deeper. Oh, you can regain it a bit depending on how deep it goes. Like, especially if you practice singing in that upper range. Then once you get comfortable, once you get uncomfortable, your range will get stuck there. Or at least you'll naturally talk that way. So that's a good workout for you. I always say if anyone here has gender dysphoria, then if you want to change your voice with that, you can mess with it slightly. I recommend going to a voice therapist just because it's that dangerous. If you do it wrong, you could fuck up your voice, so do that. But for just changing your voice, literally just working on pitch correction can work. That's what I gotta do. And humming in the upper or lower ranges, whatever one's your preference. Or mid. Like that. But if you really want to change it, I recommend see professional. Dangerous. Upper range? Oh my god, I would help you if I could. I'm trying to regain my upper range. I lost it. It's so funny because I remember when I was playing Umineka when I was younger, I want to voice Battler. I want to voice Battler while I'm playing. But I couldn't do a Battler voice to save my life. Now, I think I can. And I get the bat an even larger swing. Tactfully keeping Mion from getting any closer. Now I think that's like a Battler-ish. Around there, somewhat. Before I couldn't do anything like that, so it just sounded like, then I gave the bat an even larger swing. Tactically keeping it wasn't that gremlin near the end, but it was like that when I first tried it. But then my range is going all over the place. Hey, Kei-chan, take it easy. Deeper? You need more air then, probably. You want to sound super nasal? Oh, okay. Here, before I go real quick. Talk, cover your nose, and try and open your mouth. Let your jaw open up normally, don't force it open, and just keep trying to talk without making that nasal tone. So, hi everybody. Hi. Here, I'll go. Here, hold on. Hi everybody. Hi everybody. Now, my nose is still closed, but I'm talking. But you can hear a bit of the nasal tone, but I'm doing my best to open my mouth. There you go. And the more you do that, the more that can combat that nasal tone for you. Homeroom's not that far off, is it? Just let me finish practicing. Beatrice Tatler. She needs to sound sexy, but cool. I swung the bat even harder as I sent in my refusal. And also needs to get that troll stuff in there. It needs to sound disgusting. Kei-chan, when did you get into baseball? Just recently. Recently? You mean yesterday? Don't ask if you already know. Shit, I need to check when I'm going on the trip with Altair. I think we should be back by the 4th. So then I can still do Uminako Day. I like your older woman voices, I think. I'm one of the girls. Don't ask if you already know. Don't ask if you already know. Oh dear. That's a very unsportsmanlike reply. You're distracting me. Go away. I ignore Mion and Katsunging. You're right, I'm not like other girls. I'm girl dinner. Normally she'd get mad or bored and leave if someone gave her the cold shoulder like this. But Mion just stood there, waiting patiently for me to stop swinging. I didn't sense any hostility. But we were at school, in plain view. I doubt you'd suddenly attack me here. Or was that too naive? Still, I was starting to get tired. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to take a break and hear her out. You need me for something, alright? What is it? Sweat poured from me as I stopped singing. I noticed my shoulders were heaving as I breathed. I cursed my lack of exercise. Bro, didn't you need to hit the gym? At this rate, I might not be able to move as needed when the time came. What time are you looking for, son? I should probably keep practicing my swings to build stamina in addition to the excuse for carrying the bat around with me. Well, it's something important. If you're tired, then I can ask again later. Now it's fine. I'm only dealing with you right now because I judge the situation to be safe. Talking to you alone away from the others? That's out of the question. Well, Mion was uncharacteristically trying to choose her words. But unlike Oishi-san, it didn't look like she was going to talk about something I'd rather not hear. You mean the man who showed you a corpse isn't a nice guy? Mion was puzzled, trying to find the right thing to say. I wish you big success, Mata. Keep it up, okay? Do it for me. Well, not for me. Mainly should be for you. But I want one day you're to come here and you'll be like, yeah, so I've developed my game a lot. If you can help it, though. I don't know your circumstances. Hang in there, though, okay? But then she gave a hearty laugh to break herself out of that mire. This old man's just no good at this stuff. Having a poor vocabulary hurts. What's this all of a sudden? If you have something to say, just say it. Stop it. Stop that swinging. She cut straight to the point. Her request was so frank, I didn't understand it for a moment. I'd already stopped swinging to listen to her, hadn't I? They just stopped, didn't I? That's not what I meant. I want today to be the last day you swing that bat. I'm sorry. It took me some time to understand what she was asking for. What's wrong with swinging a bat? Why? It's none of your business, isn't? I'm not bothering anyone, am I? You are. Mion said it flat out. This didn't make any sense, and that was really irritating. When did I bother anybody? Mion was at a loss for words. But she finally made up her mind and spoke. Though she stuttered as she said it. Because... Kei-chan... That's someone else's bat. Me when I find your dead brother's heirloom and I start swinging it around. Holy shit, oh my scary god. You shouldn't borrow without permission. It was left behind by a student who transferred, right? I'm just borrowing it until he comes back for it. Keiichi, you said yourself that he might be gone. Oh my god. No. You forget the Hojo? He's gone. Huh? Yeah. He transferred. Mion grew uncharacteristically flustered. That made it all too clear that his transfer was a lie. That's strange, isn't it? For the older brother to transfer by himself, while his little sister stayed behind? Mion couldn't hide her reaction as my words shook her up. Kei-chan, you knew? Satoshi Hojo. Satoko's older brother, right? The one who demoned away last year. Unable to respond to that, Mion fell silent. Rena asked the same thing. Why did you start swinging that bat? She told me Satoshi did the same thing. Practicing his swings. Right before he went missing. So? Is this some kind of omen for Oyashiro-sama's curse? Shh! Leon panicked and looked around. Please, Kei-chan, don't mention Oyashiro-sama so recklessly. I don't believe in him, but the others very much do. Rena especially. Dangerously so? Anyway... Ooh, what's this? Angie. Anyway, you're scaring everyone. If you're just fooling around, then stop it. You have to stop acting like Satoshi. Oh, happy birthday! Thank you. It's your birthday. We give you. You give you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the super. Have a good birthday. Swallow yourself. On today, tomorrow, the next day. Every day. Happy birthday. I was the one who was scared. Who do I have to thank for taking up this bat in the first place? But it still unsettled me knowing that my actions are overlapping with Satoshi's. It would be one thing if someone suggested it, but I thought I was making my own decisions. Me when they say I'm being like my... Wait, I caught myself. I'll say this now. I don't know anything about Satoshi. After all, he didn't tell me anything about him. Hey, I had some stuff to cope with. It's been years, though. We didn't mean to hide it. You were hiding the incidents that happen every year, weren't you? That's because we didn't want to. You didn't want to scare me. That's your reason for leaving me out? No, we didn't mean to. Mion, I asked you directly if something happened at the dam, didn't I? And you told me nothing happened! When someone was dismembered and murdered! You lied to me! I'm sorry, I didn't mean to lie to you! Friends don't hide things from each other, right? Isn't that right? Then you all are my friends! Oh my goodness. When the Oompies arguing on the timeline. Kei-chan, we... Mion looked so helpless and flustered. Was I imagining the tears in her eyes? I never could imagine Mion acting like this. Oh, by the way, those get well mochi you brought the other day, they were good. I thought I was going to bleed. Who did it? You? Or Rena? Me. She admitted it so easily. I couldn't help but be surprised at how easy that was. You could have killed me. How could you do that to a friend? But it was just a little prank. Mion gave a wry smile mixed with confusion, causing even more anger to well up inside me. You think that was a prank? I grabbed Mion by the collar and lifted her up. This wasn't the same as putting Tabasco sauce on a piece of mochi! It was a needle! A sewing needle! If I had swallowed that, and it clutched in my throat, what did she think would happen? Mion's face rose as her body rattled in fear. This wasn't the Mion Sonozaki I knew anymore. Anyways, you're not my friend. There's no reason for me to listen to someone who's not my friend. Just leave me alone for a while. Got it? Mion wasn't replying anymore. This sucks. Shit, this hurts. Fuck. It won't be that easy to raise me, you know. Me. The cops have been on to you from the start. Oh, wait. Oh my god. It won't be that easy to erase me, you know. The cops have been on to you from the start. So I don't think you can make me disappear like you did Satoshi. Oh my goodness. He does sound crazed. I said it clearly. This was my declaration of war. Yeah. And I think you guys are suspects in the previous incidents, too. I also know that you spent a lot of time with the cops ever since the anti-dam movement. I don't think you can hide it from me. Got that? How did you... No. Mion stood there with a dumbstruck look on her face. That was when I heard the principal ringing the bell for school. It was time for morning homeroom. Let's go. The class representative needs to be there. Right? At that moment, for the first time, I realized Mion was sobbing as tears ran down her cheeks. You're so Me... I wanted to console her, but I shut my mouth. And no need to feel guilty. I'm going. Don't be late for homeroom. I left Mion, still shaking, as I turned around to head for the entrance. I feel like shit! I had no idea how troubling it was to make a girl cry. Doesn't feel good. Behind my back, I could hear her muttering. There's a faint mutter as she's speaking to herself. Oh my goodness. So that's how it was. Huh? She wasn't saying it to anyone. It was Mion talking to herself. But it was a sobbing voice that had a kind of kiddie cursing tone to it. I inadvertently stopped and turned back towards her. So it was...
bastard. He leaked it all to CH.1. She balled up her fists and her tears continued to rain down. She glared at the spot on the ground. With a terrifying, yet smiling face, cursing. A chill ran down from my spine from that demonic expression. This transformation, Mion's transformation, was different from Rena's. I should have killed him back then. He forgot the mercy I showed him just because he was going to retire this year. Retiring this year? Was she talking about Oishi-san? Damn it. Damn it. I'm gonna kill that damn old man. It felt like the air itself had begun distorting. With Mion at the center, the world had begun to twist and spiral. Bending. Whirling. This is the first time I'd experienced such a visage.
Rise. Attention.
Mion made an excuse for her red eyes by saying there was something wrong with her contacts. After that, neither Rena nor Mion spoke to me for the rest of the day.
How are you enjoying the VN? It's wholesome, isn't it?
Neither Satoko nor Rika-chan looked me in the eye. Strangely, I didn't feel hurt. Everything had just went back to the way it was. The month since I transferred in had almost been too much fun. That was all. School is supposed to be something like this to begin with. I should have disliked that feeling. But today,
Can I collect your tears?
it felt oddly refreshing.
I need more suffering. Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
The bell rang, sounding the end of the monotonous school day, which had felt so tense, yet so dull. Since it would cause a lot of unpleasant memories, they asked me to join the club activities. I promptly started preparing to go home without even looking at them. I stuffed the contents of my desk into my bag, wrapped my hand around Satoshi's non-familiar bat, and began heading towards the entrance. I was assailed by both the exhausting relief that nothing had happened today, and the tiring possibility of the same thing repeating tomorrow.
Oh, sweetheart's got anxiety.
But deep down inside me, far beneath, in the recesses of my heart, achingly, I knew this would be the last day of the cycle. I couldn't tell how the ending would be, whether it would end as I wished it to end, or if it would end as I hoped it wouldn't. Regardless, in my current situation, there's something more important than how things would end. There was something I wanted to know. Why did I have to be killed? How did it come to this? Why? For what purpose? The sunlight was relentless.
I hope this is like reading an audiobook for you. Enjoy, thank you.
The sun, the heat, even the air. They wouldn't give me my answers. Or could it be that the cries of the Higurashi were desperately trying to tell me something? Somewhere, mixed in with their shrieks, Tomitake-san and Satoshi were also probably trying to tell me something. I simply haven't been able to realize it yet. When I do realize it, I wonder if I'll be amongst the Higurashi fruitlessly crying to the next victim.
And now you'll see when I really make the Higurashi cry.
Glancing down at my feet, I saw Higurashi on its back, spasming weakly. There's still much of the summer left.
Thank you for the sunflower art. Play up your dares, I'll fight me. There you go.
Thank you for the super chat. I couldn't tell what he was saying, no matter how hard I listened. But I had to try. I'll beat you up, thanks to the super chat. I had to try and listen to what it was that's really trying to tell me. At that moment, the shells of the Higurashi ceased all at once. As if they had huddled together, fearing that the person who brought them to their dreadful fate had arrived. There was no mistaking it. A presence was approaching. The sound of footsteps was almost non-existent. If the Higurashi hadn't warned me by ending their chirping, I wouldn't have noticed. My exhaustion left me in a heartbeat. In its place was a rush of adrenaline that sharpened all of my senses. I was just barely able to hold back that creeping, suffocating feeling of horror. It wasn't something I could hold back for long. But in this moment, when I needed to be razor sharp, I was able to retain my composure. I wasn't going to shout it like I did yesterday. I hid myself calmly amongst the trees, waiting for my pursuer's shadow. Could I get them to pass by me? No, since I was able to hear their footsteps, they were also probably able to hear mine. They might have already been able to tell that I'd hidden myself and was holding my breath. The person tailing me, was it Rena? Just like yesterday? If it was Rena, I wouldn't hold back. I could just yell at her and make her go ahead like yesterday. If it wasn't Rena, it would depend on how they acted, I guess. The footsteps ambled closer. I swallowed, wiped my clammy hands on my pants, and readjusted the grip on the bat. I could tell that the fear I had beaten back once was now waiting for another opening to come at me. Could it be? I peeked out from behind the tree at the person following me. Oh. My imagination hadn't led me astray. It was Rena. There was a bit of relief as I realized it was someone I know. But that feeling left me in an instant. This wasn't the same Rena that I knew. Her eyes were dark and lifeless. But her mouth appeared as if it were carved into a crescent. Yeah, it looked like she was grinning slightly. And in her right hand was an axe. I hid myself behind the tree once again and recalled that unbelievable sight I just saw. What was that just now? The embodiment of terror. A weird bear. Baseball. Practicing my swing. There were tons of excuses for me to be carrying a bat, but for that axe, there was no excuse for that. An axe. Just like that. Keiichi-kun, are you playing hide and seek? I wonder. My heart was pounding. Hard enough, and I had trouble breathing. A little composure I'd been able to hold on to was now crushed. In its place, cold sweat gushed forth, covering my entire body, letting me know precisely what kind of emotion had taken hold. Not good. I wasn't able to hide myself completely. Didn't know I was here. Are you trying to scare me, I wonder? I decided it would be better to reveal myself now, since there was still space between us, than to allow Rena to come any closer. I adjusted my grip on the bat again, rated myself mentally, and stepped out from behind the tree. Are you scared? I found you, Keiichi-kun. Rena was pleased that she found me, eliciting a mysterious giggle. Her mouth was smiling, but her eyes had told me she was displeased with the fact I'd been hiding. Those eyes, they were just so empty. My legs began to quiver. Good. In the pit of my stomach, some sort of vicious hot and cold substance began spreading around. If I allowed it, that substance would slip into my bloodstream and entirely freeze all the organs in my body. Not good. Not good. Not be devoured by Rena at this rate. Strike back. Almost. What is it? I blustered, hiding behind my bravado. But Rena didn't flinch one bit. Just the same as Keiichi-kun. I'm heading home. What about that axe? Then what about the bat that you're holding? I'm practicing my sing! Then I'm treasure hunting. Rena gave a flippant explanation as to why she had a fearsome weapon. Treasure hunting? At the treasure mountain near the dam site. I found a new cute thing. So I needed to stick it out. How could I believe that? You wouldn't believe it, would you? Rena's laugh was obviously very strange. I'd seen Rena's transformation many times before. But the one today was completely different. Like her mischievous tone and shrewd glint in her eyes. It wasn't something that roundabout. I'm not sure what to say. It was just so obvious. Wait, Keiichi-kun. And didn't stop walking, even as she let out that eerie laugh. Whenever Rena got too close to me, I would scurry away and turn my back towards her. This cycle repeated over and over. You want to see? Sure. No matter how you looked at it, I was being chased by Rena and was trying to escape. Don't follow me! She's happy. I can't do that. My house is this way after all. Ooh. We'll stick with this for now. Then the second one maybe we can do original. Or updated. She covered and trembled as she followed my commands. But today was different. Rena didn't show a hint of trepidation. Actually, wasn't I the one who was cowering? If the way home for Rena and me was the same, that's fine. I just changed my route. That'd work out, wouldn't it? I turned out to a side street I'd never been down and knew a little about. But Rena saw me do that and followed me while laughing. Why? Why? Are you going home? Just go down the home the street you normally do! You follow me down this weird little side road! Those thoughts screamed in my head. Eventually, spilling out of my mouth. Why are you following me? The tone of my voice is already tinged with terror. Give me your cat. Because I want to talk to Keiichi-kun. Keiichi-kun wants to talk to Rena too, doesn't he? Doesn't he? I don't want to talk about anything with you! That's a lie, isn't it? There's something you want to ask me about, isn't there? Not at all. I have nothing to talk to you about. Oh, that's a lie, isn't it? It's not a lie! Listen!
We'd love to see it. Oh my god, it's the legendary Usada!
Rena's screams echoed, startling some nearby birds into flight. I cringed in fear. The only other thing I could do was increase my pace. Let's talk, Keiichi-kun.
Oops.
Talk. Why was I running down this unfamiliar and deserted street? Doesn't Keiichi-kun have something he's worried about?
Nothing at all! I'm not worried about anything! Usada!
Even though I was running, even though Rena was walking, I wasn't getting farther away. I know. I really do know. You're scared, aren't you, Keiichi-kun?
I'm not scared. I'm not scared of anything. Usada!
I'm breathing heavy and it felt like my legs were giving out from beneath me. Rena wasn't even breaking a sweat.
I'll listen. This time, I'll listen.
I had no idea what she was talking about or exactly what she wanted to do.
This time, I'll listen. I'll be different from the time with Satoshi-kun.
When she said Satoshi's name, I turned back for a moment. But even as I did that, Rena was still advancing. I couldn't afford to stop.
Satoshi-kun was worried too. It looked like he was having such a hard time. But I didn't listen. I was so sad.
Where did this reconnect to? All these twists and turns, ups and downs. It was hard to believe that this is even remotely in the direction towards my house. My sense of direction had long since gone out the window.
I really regretted it when Satoshi-kun transferred out. I thought that if I had listened, he may not have transferred out. I really regretted that.
The road led me even deeper into the forest. Wasn't I getting farther away from the village the more I ran? I lost more and more of my composure. And the more I thought about it,
Make sure you purchase at Trader Joe's. There, will they not cut me out if I say that? Good luck.
but despite this realization, my inner self was still disturbingly calm.
So you see, I felt that if there was someone struggling like Satoshi-kun did, I'd save them. I don't want to see anyone transfer out again. What does transfer even mean? Won't you transfer me? I won't have the same as Satoshi. Come on, Keiichi-kun. Talk to me. I'll be able to understand you, Keiichi-kun. I'm your ally.
I started wheezing, out of breath. My lungs were so hot that they felt like they were going to explode. And my heart was beating as hard as it possibly could. I should have practiced running instead of my swing. I couldn't even afford to scoff at that stupid thought.
If Keiichi-kun doesn't have anything to worry about, he'll go back to normal. Everyone will be back to being friends again, then we can enjoy club activities again. Next time, we'll team up and beat Mii-chan.
Oh, finally. Rena couldn't even imagine how much I wish I could turn back the clock on these past few days.
You could be nice to me again, too. I want to go searching for treasure again. This time, I'll prepare a nice lunch. Actually, we could go just right now. Let's go out to the dam site together. I'll show you the cute thing I just found. I'm sure you'll like it too. My footsteps made pathetic flapping sounds as my legs wobbled and faltered. Hot on my heels, and his steps were sharply breaking twigs underfoot. I had to accept it. I was on the run, being chased by Rena. If she caught me, it was all over. I realized it instinctively. I couldn't even begin to think what the end would entail. Just that I was caught. It was all over. That's all I knew. It didn't matter how it was going to end. I wouldn't let it end. Not without knowing anything. Not yet. Drung. That momentary lapse is all it took. Of all the things that could have happened, my knees buckled underneath me and crumbled towards the ground. I tried to stand frantically, urging my legs to respond. I used my bat as a makeshift cane to prop myself up. But Rena was already standing right in front of me. Compared to me, out of breath and utterly exhausted. Rena was so cool and composed that she could have froze the air around her. She wasn't breathing hard at all. I couldn't even sense if her heart was beating. Are you enjoying this? Are you afraid of something? I wonder. It's not like you to tremble, Keiichi-kun. Her expression looked almost affectionate. Those soulless eyes. As she admonished me, trembling, Rena's hands deftly slipped over her head. The blur of the arms as they moved made me feel as I was staring at the godliness of the thousand-armed Buddha. Then, as both of her hands met above her head, the axe that she held came into focus. I stared up at it in disbelief. Tell me, what happened to Satoshi? Rena stayed like that, with the axe raised above her head, and solemnly opened her mouth. It was as if she was expressing a farewell to a friend she was never to see again. That cruel scenario resided somewhere in her actions. I told you, Satoshi can transfer it out. Can't see the axe. I can show again if you want. You might have to play the PSP version if you want that. It has CGs too. Ooh. Enough with that transfer crap. It means teaming away, doesn't it? Doesn't it? You can tell me now, can't you? Who made Satoshi disappear? Was it you? Mion? Or someone in the village? Answer me! I became frantic the more I screamed. That Rena did nothing but to maintain the smile frozen on her face. I have no idea what Keiichi-kun is talking about. Then I'll say it away so you do. Oops. Who is the perpetrator? This chain of mysterious deaths. You seem to be confused, Keiichi-kun. Huh? There is no human perpetrator. Everything is by Oyoshiro-sama's will. Isn't Oyoshiro-sama's curse just superstition? Do you believe in that too? It's not about believing or not.
Oyashiro-sama exists. Period. Rena's gaze grew even more gelid. The ferocity of her stare was so intense, not allowing me to question anything. There's just no way that something like Oyashiro-sama could exist! You don't believe in Oyashiro-sama? There's no way I can believe it! There's no way it could exist! It exists. Oyashiro-sama exists. Keiichi-kun should have felt it personally. I never felt something like that! Oyashiro-sama's like, It's like the town spirit. Keiichi-kun. Deity, there you go. Keiichi-kun, haven't you felt someone apologizing to you before? Constantly on top of that? All noise in the outside world disappeared. Only Rena's voice resounded, loudly and terribly. Oh, tell your mother I said hi. Hi! Is it ma'am? Hello, ma'am! You see, until you forget them, they'll always be with you. At school, at home, at your bedside. I couldn't understand what Rena was saying. It came to me too. Oyashiro-sama did. That's why I transferred and came back to Hinamazawa. I don't understand. I don't understand. What does transfer even mean? What was Rena saying? Hasn't Oyashiro-sama come to you as well, Keiichi-kun? I'm probably the only one you can confide in. Me when the Oofy has the same trauma as me. I won't let you transfer out, okay? Rena's demented laughter clanged around inside my head. Was Rena saying Oyashiro-sama came to her as well? That's right. Last night, I had heard about that when I asked about Rena.
Alright, please keep this confidential. Also, part of this may be speculation.
Well, here, I'm gonna take this time to eat since you've been this. I'll just go it over again. Hope you're enjoying. I think we're almost done. Have some water. Thanks for watching this late. Sorry if it's... You gotta go to sleep if you need. an issue where I forget to breathe through my nose when I'm drinking water. Or anything like that. I had a big issue, like when I was younger, when I was drinking water, I would do this, like, you can hear. I would, like, suck in, and then make the bottle crack, like, oh shit, that's too loud, sorry. But I used to do that a lot when I was younger, but I stopped. Okay.
On an undisclosed date, whenever Yuko was confessing to 3 male students, those friends of hers in the pool storage shed. Who were those 3? I can't recall their names. They're close to Ryuka and it seems they're a group of friends.
Is it bad to do it? I only stopped out of fear, because I was like, what if it's actually bad?
She was the lone girl in the group. So wasn't that strange that the 4 of them together? So what happened? I don't know the reason why. She took the baseball team's bath, was in the pool storage shed, and did the 3 of them down after one after another.
I'm gonna reach the screen and grab you, dang it's here.
There were no witnesses. There was an account pieced together by the information given at the time of the incident. One day after school, Rena and 3 male students were at the school at the pool storage shed talking together.
Battle just replied, dude, you scared the shit out of me to one of my posts. I don't know what it was, I just got a Twitter notification. What did I do?
It appears that it became a heated discussion. At the time, Rena underwent a change. The change is what brought that the 3 of them didn't comprehend what was happening.
Oh my goodness.
Ooh. Then, taking the metal bat, she attacked her friends one after the other. Leaving her friends covered in blood with gashes on her head, she made her way towards the school building. Then, she broke the glass windows one after the other.
Be wary of gore just in case.
A few minutes later, a teacher appeared on the scene and subdued her. What was this change Rena underwent? What matches up in the statements in the 3 was, sudden change. The point that there was a transformation. Transformation? I also could recall Rena's transformation. I'd seen that change many times before. It was so different from the usual Rena that I couldn't help believe it was someone who looked like Rena. Hello, everyone. Welcome.
Oh wow, a visual novel. I hope there's horror element in it.
Yeah, there's none of that. Hi, Aka. Waves fingers at you if you could see. I do that wave at you. Hi. How are you? How are you, bird boy? Did you have fun, Fall Guys? We're almost near the end of Higurashi Chapter 1, and it's a nice, wholesome game with no horror whatsoever. Don't listen to the music, it's fine. Stares at you. I bite your eyeballs out. That transformation they're talking about, had it happened before?
No, there's nothing like that. As far as I could find out. Her medical history and past, there was nothing like that.
I actually recommend sticking around if you like good stories. Or play the game, I recommend. But if you guys need to go, go ahead. Thank you, welcome, Hakidos. Thank you again, Haka Haka. Does that happen often? Where people can change suddenly like Rena did? Me when I get $1,000.
Of course it does. There are plenty of psychological phenomena that could cause something like that.
Gavis battle experience.
Then you're saying that there's a dormant element in Rena that caused that transformation?
Normal.
I cannot say for certain. But according to the statements of her friends, it's hard to believe she had such a side to her. Kind.
Caring. Adorable. Even before she transferred her, she was probably pretty popular in school like she was now. That girl transforming and suddenly assaulting them with a bat. Who could imagine such a thing? Nobody could have seen it coming. I myself sometimes believed that I was mistaken for thinking that was Rena, even now. And what happened after that?
Well, there's a hospital right across from school, so the three of them were carried in and treated quickly.
What about Rena? What about the police? Why wasn't there a criminal investigation?
You see, the police couldn't get involved unless they had that quota to fill. Even though one was
Badly injured with permanent damage? Why didn't they file charges?
That's what caught my attention as well. If there's some threat or pressure was placed on them. Or they had a reason they couldn't file charges even if they wanted to.
We're talking about you after all. Of course you looked into it, didn't you?
Well, yeah. But I told you at the beginning, didn't I? That the victims are all very reluctant to talk. They didn't want to touch on the matter.
You didn't want to touch on the matter, but then you showed a 14-year-old boy a dead corpse? A photo of a dead corpse and now you're using him as bait? What do you mean? Oh, you're so considerate. I didn't realize. I didn't realize how so considerate he was. What a nice guy.
They didn't want to touch on the matter or rather be involved.
Reluctant to talk. They don't want to touch it. They don't want to be involved. It resembled the villager's Hiranoia Shosama's curse. Did the teacher at school tell you anything?
The school's a hallowed ground. You could say they tend to keep scandals under wraps. Oh yeah, they do. I'd have a search warrant, so I had to tread lightly, you see.
Then there was no comment from the school?
No. They denied the incident even happened. They didn't want their enrollment rate to go down.
It's just 3 male students were carried in for blunt force trauma that day. That's all there was in the hospital records. The victims didn't seek the school the night it happened. Then you don't know anything at all!
Yeah. I know nothing other than the incident itself that had taken place. The victims also wished the incident to be kept from the public, so you and I both forget about him about his son. And this incident will probably just fade away. Why did you involve him?
For a brief period, we sat in silence. At first glance, it looked like a simple assault case. Do you like 40-minute classes or 1 hour and a half classes? I like the shorter ones. I can't focus more than an hour. But that was just the tip of the iceberg. The depths were obscured by rolling waves, sinking quietly into the void, as if it never existed to begin with. I remember I had 40 minutes and they moved it to an hour, and I was like, what the fuck, are you insane? I couldn't focus. After that, 4 hour? Ew! Oh my, I'm praying for you. Okay, I prayed that you would like zone out and it'll go really fast to you. After that, she was suspended by the school. And during that time,
She went underwent psychiatric counseling.
did you hear anything from that doctor?
Again, they were very professional in regard to their ethics. Or at least, very tight-lipped.
Nothing? Even after you showed them your badge?
I was told to get a warrant. The badge itself is no legally binding authority, after all.
Then how did you know? That Rena confessed that it was Oyashiro-sama who did it.
There was a nurse that I asked in the department. She agreed to help me just from showing her my badge.
Then what did she say? Turns out the nurse hadn't heard everything. Apparently, all that she remembered was that she overheard from something inside the room.
The nurse said that at the time, Rena was very calm and mild-mannered. It was more like she's confessing her sins at the church during a counseling session. You guys had art classes? I can see the meme from that. You guys had art classes? She spoke with her mother there for some of it, but partway through, Mother was asked to leave.
It became a private counseling session between the doctor and Rena for a while.
Toooo. I can't do it. Alright, maybe I can.
Toooo.
The part with Ogyuu-sama, when did that pop up?
Her way through. She screamed the name suddenly. Gavis pedal. That startled the nurse, and that's when she started listening in.
Rena suddenly shouted that. I had no idea what was said before that, so I had no idea what the meaning behind it could have been. The doctor, calmly and collectedly asked him to have a seat.
What is this Ogyuu-sama you speak of?
Gently, ever so gently. The fundamentals of counseling were believing what you were told. Whoever abandons Hinamasala will be hunted down by Ogyuu-sama. Oh fuck, I'm not being born there! And they got to me.
That's the town you lived in here before you moved here. Isn't that right, Ryugu-san?
I didn't want to move. Because of my mom and dad's circumstances, we had to. But Ogyuu-sama wouldn't allow it.
Ryugu-san, you must have had a lot of friends in Hinamizawa. Even now, you must be missing them dearly. Don't you think?
Is this what happens if you leave your Kamiyoshi? I want to go back. Back to Hinamizawa. No, it's not that I want to go back. I have to go back. I should have come back much sooner. I know it's too late. Ogyuu-sama has come.
Ogyuu-sama is the name of the god in Hinamizawa. Isn't that right?
Who knows? It's Hinamizawa's guardian deity. And if you ever try abandoning Hinamizawa, believe leaving to incur his wrath.
You had moved quite a while ago, didn't you? Then, it was just now that this god had arrived. Is that what you're saying?
You might not believe me, but Ogyuu-sama exists.
The nurse was then asked by another nurse to do something and left the room. That was all she remembered.
That was what Ogyuu-sama's doing, right? I actually forgot how long this is.
No, I do believe there is some kind of superstition.
I do believe there is some kind of superstition in Hinamizawa. And if you leave the village, then you incur Ogyuu-sama's wrath. You should be familiar with this part of my body, son. I knew very well what the Scorn village was incurred.
To hinder the damn construction project, they cursed the construction foreman to his death. Then the following year, Satoku's parents, supporters and leading advocates of the dam, were cursed to death. This is what happens if you don't buy paint tool side. But this is the first time I've heard the curse incurred by leaving the village. I will curse you myself. This is my first time hearing that. I can understand outside threats being cursed by the village, but I also villagers who leave. Dude, should I get a screen tablet for drawing? I'm gonna stop using my iPad. You can have clips of your paint, whatever works here. Michael says you're kind of good. I forgot how many chapters this is. Is it 13? I know it's a bit strange to say it, but I could see it as a rule as people come in and the ones who would be cursed. Mm-hmm. Far from Jupiter, from his thunder. Curses aren't something to chase after people that leave, aren't they? Oishi-san pondered for a bit over on the other end of the receiver and began speaking again.
No.
I told a few long ago when Hinamizawa was called Onikafuchi, and I recalled hearing that. Long ago, Hinamizawa was feared and respected as village ogres. Villagers at the foot of the mountains worshipped the ogres, so Onikafuchi was all on ground that he could never enter. Games to be said that if you enter carelessly, you were cursed by Oshiro-sama. Those who sent for Onikafuchi. In other words, Hinamizawa would be cursed. Okay, like any homebreak. I can understand that. I know that. But for leaving to also be no good, that's... Also, Bianca's, you see. They were strictly being watched by Oshiro-sama so they would not enter our world. In other words, the Oshiro-sama probably restricted interaction between Fuji and for the rest of the world.
iPad for every. Oh, thank you. Speaking of iPad. You recognize these, don't you? Thank you. Thank you, Boxhatch. Thank you for drawing.
I see. I finally understood what sort of thing Oshiro-sama was. So, basically, Oshiro-sama is more like a warden and a protectorate deity, I guess?
Oh my god. When you want to appear and be a sergeant.
Trying to keep this place isolated from the rest of the world.
I guess that's how it would seem.
I'm sorry, I didn't know very much myself. My grandmother.
I could understand it a bit better if it was like that. Those who came to Hinamizawa would be cursed. And those who tried to leave would also be cursed. So, because Rena originally lived in Hinamizawa and moved away, she fulfilled the requirements for being cursed. So that means, because Rena moved away against its wishes, she was cursed by Oshiro-sama? Is that what it adds up to? Oh.
Sure, that's what it seems that it points to, I guess. As a matter of fact, soon afterwards they didn't move back to Hinamizawa after all. Those who abandoned Hinamizawa were left cursed. But then, why only Rena?
How far are we? I hope you're enjoying it.
どうも。
Here, I'll go. At my tree. Oh. What cranky, huh? And you are now. Well, that's my dick, huh? It's my, wafer. The wafer. Hi. Young Chris. Really? Are you sleeping? Anyone else sleeping? Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. Ohayou gozaimasu. Hi. Go home.
I had recently learned that Satoshi had also become infatuated with the metal bat right before he disappeared. Just like me. And Rena as well. Yo, do you hear that? Umineko reference? She was affected by Oshiro-sama's curse. She confessed that much to the doctor. And the weapon that she had used at the time of that horrendous act was, again, a metal bat. And finally, me. I'd encountered various things that are inexplicable. And now I was holding onto a metal bat. Thank you guys for watching me play this. I really appreciate it. I guess. That's all for now. I was shocked when I learned that Satoshi did the same thing. It couldn't be. Had the same thing happened to Rena? But there's one critical difference between her and Satoshi's case. That being, Satoshi went missing after falling victim to the curse. but Rena was still there. Both of them had fallen victim to Oyashiro-sama's curse yet. I was making kisses at myself, sorry. Yet they were met with different endings. And finally me. I couldn't call it a coincidence anymore. Rena. Satoshi. And finally me. Ogyuu, I exploded from the inside out. Could it be that I was really under Oyashiro-sama's curse right now? No, more importantly than that, what should I do? Satoshi had been demoned away, vanishing without a trace. Rena was fine. Rena had undergone a change. I could only believe that there was something that Rena wasn't residing within her. Me and my oompies acting a little bit silly. And here it, right now, it was standing before me. Good morning. Rena, please tell me, what happened to me? Rena stood imposingly, not answering. Satoshi disappeared. But Rena didn't disappear. Oh, alright, oops. So, what happened to me? I had never heard such an unpleasant laugh before. Thanks, Keiichi. Had it become akin to the sound of her breathing. I was no longer a voice or expression of feeling. Don't worry. I'll save you. Rena took one step forward, still holding the axe high above her head. Now then. One step closer. Rena's face spread out to fill my vision. Speak. One step closer. Rena's nose was close enough to touch mine, and was still pushing closer. There's something you want to say, isn't there? I'll listen. I'll save you, okay? Speak, okay? Speak, okay? I slowed down, landing squarely on my butt. It wasn't for some pathetic reason. It was all I could do is to get far away from Rena. I had the gut feeling I couldn't let her laughter end. Because when that laughing ended, the moment I picked up on that feeling, my body moved by an instinct. I sprang to my feet so fast, even I can believe it, and pushed Rena away with both hands. Rena was light as a feather. Turned about by the unbalanced weight of the axe, she sent backwards as if she'd been carried off by the wind. After confirming that out of the corner of my eye, I dashed off at full speed. I was the perfect picture of fleeing like a greased pig. Get away from Rena. Run away. Survive. I couldn't think of anything other than this. While I was running, I remembered I'd been holding onto a bat the entire time. Such a worthless weapon. I couldn't believe I'd forgotten about this weapon at such an important time. You're scared. I sped even further down the winding path. I didn't even feel myself gasping for breath or my legs getting heavy. My body understood it well. If I didn't run away from here, I wouldn't live. I could hear the laughter of the simulacrum of Rena coming from behind me. I see. Is this how nervous you felt at meet and greets? I rang to the trees and in my head, and slowly chiseled away at my sanity. The grove of trees thinned out, my field of vision suddenly expanding. What was this? For a moment,
I was bewildered by the scenery. I felt I knew I couldn't quite remember. I quickly realized it was the dam site. The fact I dashed madly and ended up in a place like this gave me a bad feeling. Like I was following someone's scripted plot. I had a good view of my surroundings, but I didn't see a single soul here. This was a terrible spot for someone on the run, but there was no better place for an attacker. My heart was already on the verge of bursting. Muscles in my legs were screaming, but I didn't care. If I stopped here, then they might not even be able to scream for much longer. Even still, I glanced back, looking for an excuse to rest. Rena wasn't there. Instead, I saw two villagers walking around.
Who drowned in the river? You mean dissociative identity disorder?
I breathed a sigh of relief that it wasn't Rena, but a third party. Except, the voice inside me rang the alarm once again. Villagers walking around were suspicious and out of themselves, but it bothered me. They both wore rough-looking clothes. Empty-handed. They definitely gave the impression that they were just out for a walk. But at this time of the day, two adults wandering around without a purpose, it was enough to raise questions. But more than anything else, those eyes. They weren't chit-chatting while walking. They were both silent, heading forward, looking in my direction.
Halakeruan Otsumaki.
Was I at the end of my rope and had finally started imagining things? I should run away. That was probably the best choice. If they weren't involved, I'd lose them easily by running. If they were part of the group after me, then they would come running after me. Either way, unless I hurried up, Rena would catch up with me. That's right. I was going to run. Deciding that, the moment I began to turn tail, both of them rushed towards me, as if they knew exactly what I was thinking.
What?
Somewhere inside me, I had jumped to the conclusion that Rena was the only thing I needed to be afraid of. I made the assumption that I didn't need to fear anything else. But right now, I realized just how blatantly wrong I was. Suddenly, the story Oishi-san told me about the demons all leaving the village to hunt prey floated through the back of my mind. Can I sleep well? I could tell they were both coming after me without even turning around because of their frantic footsteps. It was frightening. Being able to shake Rena off the cheeks only goes down on me. For this didn't even compare. Being pursued with such violent ferocity, the straightforward horror was unparalleled. One of the pursuers' arms grazed my shoulder. Now it wasn't just their frenzied footsteps, but also the distinct sound of their breathing I could hear. No, I could practically feel them breathing on me. They were right behind me. Calm down. Keiichi-Maehara. Still running at a full tilt. I felt the surrounding area go still.
It felt like time itself had stopped. I turned my head back slightly and met frozen rules, realizing how close my pursuers had gotten me. I couldn't read against the legs of an adult. In less than time it would take to blink twice. When this frozen time would be moving again, they'd be right on top of me. Then they'll make a cake. First, realize that you won't have to shoot them off like this. Then the fact that you can't get away with giving you to make a decision. Move the right leg or the left. You just need to decide which one. Let's go with the left. The moment I decided that, the TEMPUS clearly burst into pieces.
Right.
I was doing that and trying to make it deeper so it sounds more funny. But like, in a cool way. But to do that, I had to go,
Right. Left, and I have to speak like this the entire time.
okay.
Right, left. I swung the bat in wide arc with my right arm. Using that inertia, I stopped and suddenly spun. The two of them were clearly startled, momentarily losing sight of me, both their outstretched arms ready to grab me, and said grass at an empty space. The man on the right, I applaud him being able to figure it out, spun around to the spot I shouldn't have been and faced me in astonishment. But it was too late. I didn't even need to swing my bat. All I needed to do was extend my arms as I turned around. It was by no means a heavy blow, but it seemed like it had enough power behind it to knock him off his feet. But just knocking him down wasn't enough to scare him away. He got back up in no time. Both of them took a fighting stance and were ready to fight me. This made me certain that they weren't just two people out for a walk. They were clearly after me. It felt much easier than dealing with Rena. Just by not recognizing their faces, by not knowing them, it made things easier. I smiled wryly on the inside. What do you want with me? The next one is going to be right in your face, you bastard! It's fine if it's just a flop. By barking out at them, I was able to fire myself up. They didn't respond. They spit out to either side of me with unbelievable calm expressions on their face. One of them would grab onto my bat, and the other would hold me down. Was that their plan? Taking on both of them at once would be impossible. Hot sweat poured from every pore in my body. Then, I just have to settle at the first move. I step in and strike the first one down. Narrowing my target down to the man on the right who had been knocked down before, I stepped in and swung with all my might. There was no way for an unarmed person to guard against it. It would cause immense damage. If they blocked it with their arm, their bone would snap like a twig. If they turned their back to it, then it would be possible that the blow would travel all the way to their vital organs. It looked like he was aware of this. He pushed farther through the kill zone between us and delivered a fist right into my gut. Not good. At this distance, in this position, in this state, there was no way for me to touch it. The world flipped upside down, and I understood that I was being tossed around like a rag doll. I landed on the soft earth without a sound, feeling the grainy soil press against my face. It didn't hurt at all, but the moment I thought that, I suddenly felt pain coming from the abrasions on my skin, as well as the contents of my stomach being forced upwards, flooding my mouth with a bitter sensation. I knew very well that I didn't have time to relish this experience. I stood up as quickly as I could. But at that moment, the other man was already barreling towards me. Being able to comprehend calmly that I simply couldn't dodge it made it all more upsetting. After plowing into my stomach full force once again, my assailant twisted around behind me and locked his thick arm around my neck. But no, felt like I was being crushed by his immense strength. I couldn't even contemplate I was being strangled, or that I was about to go. The vision simply darkened, and my silent whining noise playing deep inside my mind. It took everything I had to keep myself from blacking out. All this was happening. The other man was more than likely standing in front of me. I wasn't able to open my eyes, but I could feel that he was there. There was nothing I could do now. Able to shake this arm off me. I couldn't run. I couldn't fight back. Dire straits. I couldn't even come up with a phrase that adequately described my situation. Rotated. Hi. Hi. A familiar ceiling. The smell of the bed and pillows. I knew them well. Was this my room? Normally there wouldn't be anyone in my room besides me, but the presence made me spring wide awake. When I did that, pain shot through my entire body.
It's all a dream! I'm just saying that, I don't know that.
Feeling alright? I think you better just lie down for a bit. Why was Rena in my room? Blood began to surge through my muscles and my capillaries. That Rena's smell belonged to the Rena I knew well. I knew I shouldn't let myself feel this way. But I relaxed thinking that this version of Rena was safe. Why am I... Don't you remember? After losing consciousness, nothing at all. My body had become more lethargic than I could ever have imagined. I guess that would have been the expected outcome after exerting everything I had back there. I tried to at least clear my head, but I just couldn't shake this sluggish feeling out of my mind.
Good ending. Yeah, good ending.
I called the doctor. He should be here soon. I think you better just lie down until then.
I wasn't injured seriously enough to merit calling a doctor. Bro, they knocked your ass out. What do you mean?
But knowing that someone impartial was coming was slightly reassuring. Why am I here? I'm sure I was at the dam site. That's what I want to know. What happened? When I got there, Keiichi-kun was already passed out. That's why I'm the one who wants to know. I was attacked by two weirdos. As I talked about it, I finally remembered what happened right before I passed out.
When you talk with your oomphy and then you remember the trauma.
Recalling that memory and the terror that went along with it caused the fogginess around my head to clear up. Wait, we have beef. Let's forget about those two for now. I didn't expect Rena to be nursing me. I thought Rena was trying to kill me. She would have the perfect chance while I was unconscious. Not only did she not kill me, but she had nursed me back to health. Amazing you could drag me all the way back here. Wasn't I heavy? Looking at Rena's delicate frame, it was hard to believe that she had not only got me back home, but even dragged me all the way up to the second floor. Did she have some help? Don't you remember Keiichi-kun? Rena appeared a bit surprised, but still kept her smile. I only propped you up on my shoulder. You said you could walk home on your own, and that you were fine. You don't remember? I didn't remember.
Makirune's after being tsundere.
My memory is fuzzy after the point where I lost my consciousness. What about those two? Huh? When you got there, Rena, the ones with me, or rather, those two guys. There wasn't anyone.
She said it bluntly. The way she stated it felt slightly unpleasant.
I was just too timid at the time. I might even be able to force out some answers out of Rena. But if I did that, then this kind Rena might transform into the scary Rena who I didn't know. Fearing that, I didn't press any further.
Me and the homies got alcohol. Thinking about it, it was the obvious choice. I said you're a tsundere.
If both of those men were there, I don't think Rena would have stood a chance. I couldn't even find a way to explain it unless I assumed she brought me here after those two were already gone. Rena was still smiling. Her eyes sparkled warmly.
These nuts.
Yet, I felt like I was hallucinating when I saw something. Something akin to a shadow slowly creeping across her face. That small open sent shivers down my spine. While Rena was still Rena, I needed to make contact. I needed to contact Oishi-san. Rena stopped me when I tried to get out of bed. She said it would aggravate my wounds, so I should sleep. I'd like to go to the bathroom, though. Sorry. Rena couldn't say anything else. While Rena stayed in the room, I quickly went downstairs to get to the phone receiver in the living room. When I approached the front door, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. It must have been the Dr. Rena had called. It was strange for a patient to welcome in a doctor who's making a house call. But it'd be incredibly reassuring having him here for the considerable time it would take Oishi-san to get here. I carelessly opened the door with that simple assumption, and regretted it almost instantly. Mion? Oh, you look just fine. I heard you collapsed, so I had to come check on you. How did you know I collapsed? I heard from Rena over the phone. Do I need any other reason than that? I understood what you would call a doctor, but why Mion too? Rena was descending the stairs behind me. Rena, doesn't CH.1 look pretty alright? She made me worry over nothing. That's true. Maybe I worried for nothing as well. They both began laughing.
What? What are you guys worried for?
It appeared to be a cheerful laughter, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was darkness looming over them.
Whoa, what's up with this shoe rack? How did it get like this?
The shoe rack that I smashed to pieces had been like that since yesterday.
See? Good ending.
Me! I fell, you see, and the bat I was holding at the time slammed into it.
This is what happens when you swing around something you're not used to handling.
I kept the fact that it was none of her business to myself.
But leaving him like this will really startle your parents when they get home. I'll fix it up for you later. Oh, come on, CH.1. They're terminally ill and need the rest. Come, back in bed.
Both of them urged me up the stairs. I had no chance to call Oishi-san. I was pushed into my bed. And it was the first time Mion had been in my room. She began searching around it intently.
Oh my god, would you let someone in your room?
She fiddled around my room and was scolded by Rena. You can imagine how it went.
She's trying to find the lewd magazines.
It was uncomfortable having my room poked around, but the conversation was so benign that it was heartwarming. During that innocent conversation, Mion said something as though it was perfectly ordinary.
Rena, did you call the manager? Yep, right after I called Nichan. He said he'd be right over.
Manager. That out-of-place word gave me a bad feeling.
Don't you trust this?
Rena called a doctor, then called Mion, and after that, she called a manager? Who was this manager? Since Rena and Mion's conversation was so peaceful, it only felt slightly odd.
What are you two talking about? Who's this manager? Didn't you know, CH.1? We mean the manager when we say manager. Like the director of a movie, or like the foreman of a construction site.
I dug through all my memories for a manager who might have a business with me. Only one thing came to mind. What Rena had just said. The construction site foreman. The very first victim of the incident. The disimpairment at the damn construction site. The foreman? No, but that was strange. He was supposed to be dead. There was no way they could call him. I don't understand what you guys are talking about. What does the manager have to do with me? You said he was coming. Did you mean to my house? They asked one obvious question after another. But all the two of them did was smile coolly at each other. There was a huge difference between how the two of them appeared and how my suspicions were playing out. Slowly, I felt discomfort and panic welling up inside me. I couldn't understand what Rena and Mion were talking about.
Kei-chan, you've gotten into baseball lately, haven't you? Pretty sure the manager will be happy to hear that.
So, who is this manager?
The manager's the manager.
So who is this manager? Rena and Mion looked at each other and laughed haughtily. The disturbing cackle unpleasantly resounded around me. That laugh, long enough to be unsettling, ended abruptly.
Oh, yeah. We should finish up before the manager comes. You remember, don't you, Kei-chan?
Her face was laughing, but Mion's eyes told a different story. Remember? Remember what?
Keiichi-kun, have you forgotten, I wonder? About the penalty.
About the penalty?
Did you really forget? The homework with the mochi? The homework where you were supposed to guess which one Rena made? You forgot about that homework, didn't you?
I certainly did have that homework. But I'd thrown away the rest of the mochi after I found that sewing needle. So I wasn't able to answer which one Rena made. Penalty for that? I know. No doubt my question was written all over my face. Their answer to my question was that dry laughter. I could no longer make heads or tails of anything. I began to think that this entire day was somehow insane, strange, incomprehensible. Being chased by Rena, attacked by strange men, the penalty Mion and Rena were talking about. What were these two laughing at? It didn't take long for me to realize I'd been dragged into an abnormal situation.
Why did I laugh on command like that? Do you think I'm sane?
Who are these two? Who are these people? Who are these doppelgangers of Rena and Mion? Rena had gotten behind me at some point. Was she putting my arms behind my back? What are you doing?
Don't move. This is your penalty.
My body was already very sluggish. And Rena bit my arms made it not harder to move. I seriously tried to struggle, but she wouldn't even budge. My panic began to roll up, and I realized this was well beyond the realms of joke and pleasantries. This freakishly monstrous drink. It would have been impossible for the Rena that I knew. And these thin, frail arms grasping me firmly. Whose arms are they?
Kei-chan. No struggling. Cup rules.
There are no exceptions. You can't fight against the penalty. Mion. No. That thing that looked like Mion spoke to me like how Mion would speak to me. I was certain that this was not Mion. Someone who wasn't Mion. Someone who was just pretending to be Mion.
Need to finish this up before the manager comes.
Mion fished into her pockets and pulled out something bizarre. I could tell what it was just by looking. But for such a thing to be in her pocket, my mind wouldn't accept it. I'll protect you. What is that? It was a small syringe. Oh yeah, so warning in that I forgot this, sorry. If you don't like needles. They won't show you anything though. No, but I'll describe it. It was a small, clear syringe. Like what a doctor would use when you went to him when you were sick. Yeah. Leave. One sec. Hold on. They don't show it. There you go. And I could hear that clattering laughter that no longer sounded like laughter blaring into my ear. That eerie laughter. It wasn't something that the Rena I knew could ever produce from her own throat. This thing that was pretending to be Rena. Was this their real laugh? Unable to defend myself, the syringe Mion was holding drew closer. And that needle tip was waved in front of my face countless times. Don't worry. Don't worry. It won't hurt it. It won't hurt. What are you planning on doing? What kind of showcase this? What are you saying, CH.1? You know exactly what's going on, don't you? About what? I don't understand any of this at all! I know you know. No use playing full this late in the game. Stop talking nonsense to try and confuse you! You're going to have done to you what happened to Tomitake-san. The same Tomitake-san. I didn't really understand what she meant. What did that have to do with the syringe? You're playing dumb, Keiichi-kun. You should have realized it by now. Rena whispered into my ear, laughing as if to admonish me. But even the way she spoke was repulsive beyond compare. Playing dumb? Me? About what? What do you mean? The same as Tomitake-san! Everyone thought at first that it was a hit and run. Except when the officer got closer to check if he was still alive, he soon noticed it wasn't a normal situation. His throat was scratched out. From a knife or something? No. Nails. Nails isn't fingernails. With those gouged through. That's right. Tomitake-san had clawed out his own throat with his own nails and died. There's no way someone could die like that. So then, for that to happen... Flayon, you said this was a good... He thought drugs were to blame, but nothing of that nature as the attack did it. That's right. The police didn't find any drugs in Tomitake-san's system. Please tell me. I didn't find any drugs in Tomitake-san's belly. Of course they'd laugh. It's a good ending writing-wise. To assume that such medicine didn't exist just because the police didn't know about it was completely foolish. Meaning, the drug that caused Tomitake-san to die in such a bizarre manner did exist. If you had injected this into me, that would probably be all the proof I needed. That would basically mean I ended the same as Tomitake-san. Think I'm hysterical, scratching out my own throat in my last moments and die. For such an outrageous drug to exist. For me to be holding it. and that I was about to be injected with it. At that moment, I did not feel there was any need whatsoever to question it. What kind of idiot? And he's trying to dodge a ball flying straight for his face. I was trying to think of a reason as to why it's flying towards him. Just give up. Alright then. Neon's actions lacked any gravitas, and it made it even more terrifying. There was none of the ceremony like when someone is sentenced to death. There was no hesitation at all. As if she were brushing her teeth. Neon reached out with one hand and grabbed into my chest. It felt like electricity had run through the back of my head, and the entire world had gone dark. Also, thank you for the compliments. Did I stand up too fast? Or did someone hit me really hard in the back of the head? Having lost my sense of balance, I was assaulted by a wave of dizziness. Higurashi. And they cry. Ooh. Voice quieted down for a bit. When I came back to my senses, my entire room had changed drastically. The numbness in my head was gone, and slowly, I could tell that blood was flowing to my extremities again. How long had I been squatting here? How many minutes? Or has it been hours? It was almost as if the hands of the clock had stopped moving the entire time my eyes were closed. That's how little time passed. Really? The air in the room wasn't filled with that madness from before. Only a dull silence. Rena wasn't there pining my arms. And Neon wasn't there about to inject me with a needle. No way. Could it be? All of it was a hallucination. There was no other presence in my room besides my own. It was the weirdest experience I've ever had. I was certainly with Rena and Neon. Oops, sorry, I skipped over. I doubted my sanity for a moment, but also see some sort of comfort. He's fine. Oh, shit. I guess that terrible ordeal was hallucination. Neither Rena nor Neon. They would never do something so terrible. My head grew hot. I could tell my emotions were welling up. Why? Wasn't a reason to cry. Why? It was sorrow. Why was I sad? I don't understand. I don't understand. Kind to everyone. Not discriminating against age or gender. Immune. That Mion was sprawled by the window in an unnatural pose. Blood stained her a deep red from her head down to her chest. The bright crimson smeared on the walls. That splatter had undoubtedly come from Mion. She always had that bright smile and was kind to me from the day I transferred it. Rena? That same Rena was slumped at my feet, and I was making the same pool of blood as Mion. I couldn't comprehend what had happened. Did someone come to save me? Oops. Then they beat these two down with this metal bat. I finally noticed the weight at my right hand. How long had it been there? It was thought there she smelled that. It was covered in a deep red. There was no doubt that this was the weapon used to mutilate both of them. And I was holding that weapon. I was the only person in the house. Looking at this objectively, I couldn't think of anyone other than myself who could have done it. I did this. That's right. Keiichi Moribata. Of course I did it. And I told myself gently, as if coaxing myself. Hey, me. There's no reason for you to remember it. Nor is there a need to regret it. Eat or be eaten. You get that, don't you? But the blood so much. Neither Rena nor Mion had moved an inch. It wasn't just split forehead and a trickle of blood. Nothing that simple. The entire room was splattered with red, and that told me it didn't end with just 2 or 3 strikes. Were they dead? Both of them? The depths of my mind were calm, but on the surface I was panicking and agitated. Calm down, Keiichi Moribata. What happened to your so calm self? Come on now. Do like you always do. Throw your head back and take a deep breath. Come on. Once, twice. Breathe deeply. Calm down. Calm down. I chanted that over and over in my head and relaxed. Color came back to my vision, and smells reinfused the air. At the same time, I remember what happened when I blacked out. The anime is really good for this. Yes. Rena and Mion had attacked me. They were about to inject me with whatever caused the same symptoms as Tomitake-san. But right before that happened, I fought back. I twisted my whole body and threw Rena as she was pinning my arms. Then I followed through with my spin and ran my foot as hard as I could into Mion's torso. It was soft. Rena tried jumping on me, so I tackled her as hard as I could and slammed her against the wall. I didn't let that brief moment of having them off balance slip by. Satoshi's bat was left carelessly by the side of my desk. Weep. At that moment, everything went pitch black. There was nothing recorded past this point in the videotape in my mind. No, that wasn't right. It wasn't that there was nothing recorded. It was recorded just fine. Just the other me inside myself had told me not to look and it turned off the TV. Just because the screen had gone black and I couldn't see it didn't mean that the videotape within me hadn't recorded it. The TV was just off. The video was still playing. The tape within me, creaking along, still playing. On the other end of that pitch black screen, that horrifying video is still playing on. Compared to this, though, this scene right before my eyes was still so difficult to take in. He's the guy at the very beginning. There were blood scattered everywhere on the walls, the 2 of them in unnatural poses. Not a sign of movement from them. I couldn't even tell if they were breathing. No matter what the circumstances were, my friends, These girls? Oh, here, this is what happened. Also, thanks to the super chat. No matter what the circumstances were, my friends, these girls, I had attacked them. I may have even killed them. But if I hadn't have done this, I would have been the one done for. Balancing that on an imaginary scale, it felt odd that I even feel bad about it. Even if it was a bit excessive, this was just justifiable self-defense. The proof was all here. The two then collapsed here, me on syringe. Me on syringe full of some unknown drug that would certainly solve the mystery surrounding the incident until my talk is done. And from the fact that both these two were involved, they'd be able to pick out the criminals one after another. Still, I might be suspected for this, but that was just fine. Anyway, now this should be a police affair. So it wouldn't fade into darkness like Rena's past incidents. As long as the police were involved, this should bring this to a close. Thank you, Claudia and JDVA. They'll probably visit an investigation on the chain of incidents. Ogyuu-san would definitely get to the bottom of it. Meaning, my wish of not wanting to die, of wanting to know the truth, that would be fulfilled in its most basic form. It was all a matter of time now. The Dr. Rena called should be getting here soon. I'll confess everything to him. I needed to contact Oishi-san. At that moment, I remembered. Besides the doctor, a manager had been called. It was easy to imagine that they were someone deeply involved in the incident, judging from Rena and Mion's conversation. The ache in my chest, caused by the gruesome deed I'd done, dissipated rapidly. It was not over yet. This place was no longer safe. Stay calm, Kyuchi-mai, but it's not over yet. I need to live long enough. Just tell the police of this incident. At that moment, I felt like I had heard someone's voice from the outside. Since people were speaking, it must mean that there was more than one person. Are you scared? I moved the curtain ever so slightly and peered outside. It was a bizarre sight. About 4 or 5 grown men were all gathered at the gate. They very much resembled the 2 men who had assaulted me at the dam site today. Those 2 might even be among them. There was one person that was wearing a white coat, but he didn't look like a doctor at all. My gut told me he was in disguise, only posing as a doctor. That guy would probably ring the bell and get me to open the front door. Pretend to be a doctor, then get me to open the door. And then the rest of them would all rush in at once. At that moment, I saw the car parked behind the men and my heart nearly skipped a beat. The white van. No mistaking it. That van, the one that had tried to run me down. The man in the white coat entered the gate and headed towards the front door. The rest of the men hid in the bushes and watched them. They probably couldn't pretend I wasn't home. Undoubtedly, they'd just break the window and enter. What would you do? I needed to get out of here somehow. Then use a public phone to contact Oishi-san. Then meet up somewhere. First of all, I need a weapon, and then shoot. But before all that, there was one thing I had to do. I had no intention of dying. I'd live and reveal the truth about this nonsensical curse of Oishi-sama. But what would happen from here on, regardless of how determined I was, might bring about my demise. And that was why there was one more important thing than getting out of here right now. I need to get at that clock quickly and take down the note hidden behind it. Damn it. The tape was sticking to it fast. It'd be fine if it's torn a little. I opened up slightly torn note and began writing another passage with a ballpoint pen. If I wasn't able to inform Oishi-san, then the only thing I could rely on was this note. I never thought a piece of torn, college-ruled notebook paper could be this reliable before. You can't die, not yet. I had no time. I'd only write down what I knew right now. I needed to leave some sort of information that would lead them to uncover the truth. Rena and Leon are conspirators of the perpetrators. This was an undeniable fact. I still didn't want to believe it, but it was a fact. Anyway, I leave all that information that would help them lead to finding the perpetrators. There are 4 or 5 adults, maybe more. They have a white van. This is everything I was able to see from the window. There may be more. There was an unidentified person as the manager. To begin with, the term manager didn't even mesh with the meaning of us all at all. If they were going to include the managers from the past incidents, then the only one is the construction foreman, the victim from the first murder. The very first victim in the chain of incidents. The very first victim in the chain of incidents. Killed in a lynching. His body divided into 6 pieces. What do you mean? What do you mean? There's no scratching. His right arm was never discovered. The police should have confirmed that death. But Rena and Leon did call him manager. They said manager. They wouldn't use that term to refer to someone who was dead. The police would never even conceive that someone who's deceased would be involved. Could that be some sort of oversight? Does it make you uncomfortable? Okay. I didn't know him. But even if I didn't know, it could be a big hint for Oishi-san. That's right. They needed to start fresh from the first incident. It wasn't just a simple disembarment, but the start of this string of mysterious deaths that would follow. Then there must be something hidden there. Please reinvestigate the victim for the disembarment incident. He's alive. His death should have been established after the autopsy. Logically, you would think as much. But is that really the case? Could it have been some sort of ploy that they were able to deceive the police with? I shouldn't jump to conclusions. But he may still be alive. I had no time to ponder that right now. Oh yeah, there's something even more important I needed to write. Tomoitake-san's death was from an unknown drug. That's right. Not drug. It was an irreplaceable piece of evidence. No doubt, just by having this, everything would be uncovered. We couldn't just get that vital clue lying on the floor. This syringe is proof. Writing it down, I stuck the syringe in the back of the clock with plenty of tape. So it absolutely would not slip out and fall to the floor firmly. Firmly. The bell rang. They're here. I couldn't write anymore. But even still, there was one last thing I had to write. I have no idea how it has become like this. This may be the closest thing to the truth of everything I wrote out on this note. If you're reading this, then I'm probably already dead. Though you may or may not find my body. If I was gonna write out everything that could happen, either dying from this curse, being demoned away, you, the writing this, please uncover the truth. That is my only desire. With this, my last will and testament was completed. I wasn't certain that I was going to die. But it was my final play. Just in case. I folded the note, stuck it back into the back of the clock, and returned the clock back to its usual spot. I couldn't help but pray. Oh, Ishi-san, if something happens to me, I leave the rest to you. After that, AK-san silently had Rena and Miona. This is probably the last time we'd ever see each other. Rena, Miona, I really have not. All of us were friends. But before why did it end up like this? I never had fun in my previous school. I only worried about standardized test scores. But at the school I'd hoped to get into was really where I wanted to go, or a safety net. That was all I talked about. It was a dull life. The people I called friends were also my rivals in studying, in competitions, in personal records, and standardized test scores. Everyone here told me how unhealthy that lifestyle was. This month really was fun. Making a fuss over lunch, making a fuss over the festival. Something hot began dripping from my face. Uncontrollable tears. Tears. They wouldn't stop. Even if they were not my life. Even if they were going to kill me. Even if everything that happened this month, I wouldn't forget it. Nor could it be those happy days are all a facade as well. Was it all a trap? Meticulously orchestrated up until today? Didn't snare me? Could it have been I just arbitrarily assumed that they were my friends? That could have been the case. Both Rena and Mion, they were really my friends. Those happy days, there was something fake or unclear about them. Somebody probably forced them to try and kill me, or their minds were taken over, assessed by the supernatural entity known as Ogyuu-sama. Regardless, both Rena and Mion, they were the best friends ever. And when they were coming after me, it wasn't out of their own violation. Yeah, they weren't the kind of people to stop the friends, regardless of whether or not they were forced. There was no way such a thing like being possessed by Ogyuu-sama could happen in reality. Then, where did the real Rena and Miona come after me? What was he thinking? What a silly, dumb idea. Having beaten down both Rena and Mion, I was still debating if the other real ones were fakes. There was no real or fake. All in the reality that was before me. Rena and Mion were sprawled out at my feet. That was the only truth. I was only trying to twist the facts to my benefit. That I had beaten my friends to death. No matter how I spun it, it wouldn't change reality. Rena and Mion were both dead. It felt like there's a crack in the dam of strange emotions I was holding back. It felt like my calm state, which was nothing more than a bluff, had receded. And in that opening, insanity was leaking out. I killed them. Rena and Mion. I killed them. The doorbell rang again. The unrelenting echo pulled me back into a state of composure once again. I didn't have a moment to spare. Quickly, I needed to get away. I didn't want to die. I would uncover everything after that. The identity of whoever or whatever had pushed me this far. Even if I had to drink mud and eat grass, I wouldn't survive. The They won't survive. They definitely won't survive. Sleep well. Bye. I killed Rena for that very reason. I also killed Mion. I went that far just to keep living. So I can't die. For my sake. And for the sake of the late Rena and Mion. I have to survive. I ran towards the door and grabbed my shoes. The door will ring again as if to urge me on. Behind this single solitary door, they were there. Good night. Keeping quiet, I headed towards the kitchen. I headed towards the back door. Before opening the back door, I put my ear to it and checked for the people outside. No one. After I put on my shoes, I opened the door slowly so as to not make a sound.
There he is! Back door!
A piercing voice echoed out. That voice stabbed through me, setting my hair on end. I had to run. Get out of here, Katie!
That's creepy, isn't it?
One after another, I felt stuff like rationale and intelligence. Those things you use when you have time to stare. Slot at me. I didn't feel any pain from the branches scratching my arms and forehead. Yeah, my autonomously pulsing heart also felt neither fatigue or pain. My entire being just wished to be alive. There was nothing else it desired. I probably had no complaints whatsoever. So, of course I wouldn't feel fatigue. I just ran, just recklessly rushing in the direction I was already heading. Even if nobody was chasing after me, I'd still be running like this. There wasn't a thought in my mind about where I was headed. Turning around, I felt a presence right next to me. That presence was, without a doubt, chasing me like my shadow. If I took even one misstep, I would be devoured. That's what I thought. So I didn't turn around. I didn't stop. I ran at full speed. Creepy, isn't it? They're after him. That was the chirping of the Higurashi telling me it was evening. Trying to tell me something. And then I finally heard it. The wailing cry of the victims who didn't make it. Would I be joining them?
Yeah, this is why I don't like cicadas.
I'll protect you, don't worry, Mamoru. Let's see. Only the Higurashi knew. They knew everything. They definitely knew everything. They definitely knew. So I ran towards where I could hear more of the Higurashi's chirps. But the farther I ran, the farther away their chirping became. I couldn't get near them. Why are you all running away? Was it my fault? Was I the one to blame? Then I'll apologize. I'm sorry. 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 It felt like only the Higurashi knew. Higurashi, when they cry.
Feeling itchy?
The smoking room was filled with a cloud of cigarette smoke. The expensive smoke filter gave off a crackling electric noise, but it didn't seem like it was doing anything at all. Why do smokers have to be shoved so far down this corridor where the sun can't even reach?
I have something to say for that. Your secondhand smoke almost killed me when I was 4.
I recalled hearing the tax revenue from tobacco was about 10th of the municipality's revenue. Thank you for the super chat. You're the most heavily taxed members of the municipalities, so I really wish they show us a little more respect. How would you describe the 5 Monzi there? They're just decreasing your options. Our younger detectives was having a stare contest for the Mahjong magazine called Next Turn. It's still Gentai if you cut the 5 Monzi. If you're betting on outside, then you shouldn't be going out with Mangan? Come on, John. Look at the pond. They all discarded the Monzi. 5 Monzi, it's a safe tile. You'd hate it at the end of the game. Someone is sitting at a 10 by in the last turn, wouldn't you? The kid let out another groan, put out a cigarette, and then took out another one. I just don't agree. Why would you ever reduce your own options? By the way, you can't call it Ron with your winning tone, not high die. Domo. What? Why is that? Just then, I heard a voice coming down from down the hall. Are you here, Oishi-san? You have a call from a civilian. Whoa. Ain't that something? Domo. Well, see you soon. It's hard to do his voice, bro. I can't fucking... You guys do it. Why can't you go Ron on it? Hold on for a second, Oishi-san. Domo. Domo. The man sitting in the seat Oishi-san was heading towards waved at the telephone receiver. Outside line. From a payphone. Oh. I thank you. Sorry to keep you waiting. This is Oishi. Who is it? Oishi-san.
Hello?
Oh. If it isn't Mahabara-san. Hi. Good evening. In the tone of Mahabara-kun's voice, I already knew he was in a predicament. This was the first time Mahabara-kun had phoned me. And it was calling from a payphone. Please, calm down. Did something happen? His voice was erratic over the line. He completely lost his sense of composure. After checking that nobody else can hear, I prompted him in a hushed tone. What happened? Calm down, Mahabara-san. I can have the local officers head to your location. I'll be there soon, too.
I think that's possible.
His voice was quivering and hoarse. He wasn't surrounded by people even though he's making this call, was he? Mahabara-san, you're calling from a payphone right now, right? Where's that payphone? There were no other sounds beside Mahabara-kun's voice. It had to be a phone booth. I scratched out a note and thrust it at my colleague sitting across from me. He knew it was all a phone booth. He understood quickly and hastily started on the internal lines. Calm down, Mahabara-san. What is your current situation? It usually wasn't a good idea to tell someone panicking to do so, but this was not a usual case. Mahabara-kun didn't just get in trouble, get away, and then call me. He was in the midst of something dangerous right now. But yelling at Mahabara-kun right now would just needlessly cause him to be even more frantic. Mahabara-kun wasn't just calling to seek help. He was trying to tell us something more than that. And whatever that was, if I didn't get it from this call, I was certain there would be never another chance. My colleague pushed the note in front of me. There's only one booth in Hinamazala. Patrol cars on the way. 5 minutes. That's not too long. How many officers are there in there? 2. Not enough. If it was as I imagined, there were quite a few people surrounding Mahabara-kun. 5 minutes was too long. Did you clone the officer station in Hinamazawa? He's scheduled to be on patrol. They're currently out and it'll be impossible to contact them. God damn! Come on, John, bring the car around! Understood. Hello?
Oishi-san.
It's all right. I can hear you loud and clear. There was something wrong with my body. That was a normal coughing sound. Vomiting. Was it blood? Had he already been attacked? Was he injured? My son, the police are on their way. They'll be there in a couple minutes, so hold on somehow. Hello? Can you hear me? My son? I could hear on the other end of the line he was having a coughing fit. The worst possible situation popped into my head. My son! Who's the culprit? How many are there?
First, culprit.
I couldn't tell if that was a cop or vomiting. Oh, you're right! My son!
The culprit was a person. Somos guys. Up until now. I guess in the end.
There was an intense bout of coughing and vomiting.
No. He's here.
My son, please. Just please calm down.
I've been thinking it was strange for a while now. It's been following me this whole time. And I run, but it just sticks to me like my shell. Slowly, so slowly. It's so my back.
I got a son. Are they right now? That's right behind you. Behind me. Please, my son. I can tell that you're scared, but please, who is it that's right behind you?
I can't just look behind me. If I
Understand that you're scared! Please, tell me! Just need to turn around a bit. Who is it? Who is behind you, my son? Right after I said that, I could hear him vomiting intensely. What followed in a nightmare sound. My son. It couldn't be. You were clawing at your own throat. There was no answer. But I could hear something like scratching. There was a bang. As if something was hit. Might have bought a gun and probably dropped the receiver. Oh, yeah. I could hear him groaning and vomiting all over the other end and repeating an abnormal noise. Hello? Hello? My Madison! Hello? I knew how far away my voice would sound on the other end, but I couldn't help but shout at that moment. I heard whispering coming from the other end. I couldn't tell what he was saying. But the way he was saying it... Was he talking to himself? Was he talking to someone there? Yeah, well, I bought his son. Rather than the whispering, it was some kind of mantra he was chanting over and over. I focused. I'll kill you, bitch. You're not. Sorry. I focused my senses trying to pick up what he was saying. What was he repeating? What exactly? Suddenly, the line went dead. Did he use up his time? Damn it, it's because it was a payphone! It was because it cut out so abruptly. The last thing he said came out clearly in my mind.
Oishi-san, the car is good to go! Oishi-san?
Was. I'm sorry.
Oishi-san?
That's what he was repeating over and over. He said, I'm sorry. I had a gut feeling. There was no longer a need to hurry. I could hear the chirp of the Higurashi spilling in from the open window. I should have been able to hear them this entire time. I just wasn't paying any attention. Why did I focus on them all of a sudden? Were they trying to tell me something? Only the Higurashi knew. That's how it felt. July 1983. In Hinamazawa, a remote village near Shishibon City, there was a murder involving 2 female students. The suspect is Keiichi Maibara, aged 1X. The suspect told over his 2 female classmates, Rena Ryugu and Mion Sonozaki, to his house and beat them to death with a metal bat. The scene of the crime was the suspect's room on the 2nd floor of his house. The inside of the room was covered with a significant quantity of splattered blood, and there were signs of struggles with the victim. In addition to the scene of the crime, the entryway, living room, and the kitchen all had traces of a struggle. At the entryway, the shoe rack in the hallway had evidence of being implanted by a strong blunt force. It is believed to have been the same bat as the murder weapon. Having no traces of blood, it is believed that destruction occurred before the murders. There's a possibility that the suspect overpowered his victims to keep them from fleeing. I'm sorry, it's auto doing it, and I cancel it. In the living room, the rug had been pulled back, then thrown aside. It's hard to believe that this had a connection to the struggle with the victims, and thus, the reason for this remains unknown. In the kitchen, the garbage bag was torn apart, and the contents are spread about on the floor. Garbage was strewn about in the surrounding area. Handprints believed to belong to the suspect were discovered. It is believed that the suspect had for some reason taken out the garbage and struck it with his fist. The reason for this remains unknown. In addition, there is a note stuck to the fridge. The words, "Was there a needle?" were written on it. The meaning behind this remains unclear. Just in case, the garbage was searched, but a needle was not discovered. The garage door was functional and had been left open ever since the suspect moved in. The garage door was found closed. The suspect's fingerprints were discovered on the garage door. The reason behind this remains unknown. The suspect fled the scene of the crime. However, a patrolling officer, Hinamazawa Local PD, found the suspect collapsed inside a phone booth. At the time of the discovery, the suspect was in unconscious and critical condition. He was rushed to the local hospital for treatment, but did not regain consciousness and died 24 hours later. The results of the autopsy indicate the immediate cause of death to have been a hypovolemic shock. It's determined that the suspect had clawed at his own throat with his fingernails, and the resulting bleeding caused his death. With a similarity to the death of Tomitake-san the prior week, the police believe there to be a connection that have opened the investigation. However, due to the wishes of the local authorities, it will be a confidential investigation. Due to the abnormal nature of the death, it was suspected that drugs were involved, but as with Tomitake-san, no traces were discovered. What prompted all this remains inexplicable. As such, this case has been treated as an act planted on impulse. However, with several accounts of the suspect's bizarre behavior leading up to this event, it is possible that this was premeditated. Separated from his group of friends, isolation, and despicable behavior. Several days before the incident, the suspect began carrying around a metal bat. The suspect was observed displaying aggressive behavior as well as talking to himself at school. His classmates have actually heard portions of what he was saying. 2 days before the incident, the suspect declared to his parents the possibility of his death. Due to these circumstances, the police have begun an investigation on the possibility that this crime was not committed on impulse, but was instead planned several days in advance. Afterwards, a note was found in the suspect's room after he'd written himself. The note was written on 2 sheets from B5 college rule notebook that had been torn in half, and as a trying to conceal it, was stuck hidden behind a clock on the wall. The contents are written in the appendix. The police believe it to be strongly related to the incident. The police changed their line of investigation on the possibility that the suspect was involved in some sort of incident himself. However, no further clues were found, casting doubt on the credibility of the note. Was the crime impulsive or premeditated? With the situation unclear and no further developments, the case has been labeled as unresolved. However, the following year, suspicion arose regarding the nature of the note. The note was not written on 2 halves of B5 from 2 separate sheets, but was originally a single sheet of B5 paper. In order to erase several lines in the middle, someone had torn them out. Ooh! Judging from the size of the letters, the missing section is estimated to be 2 to 3 lines. It is highly probable that the person who eliminated the lines in question is not the suspect. In addition, judging from the traces of large quantities of cell phone tape being stuck on the back of the clock, speculation that something other than the note was stuck here has arisen. Tampered. The person who first discovered the crime was the detective rumored to have connection with the incident, Kurado Oishi. He underwent voluntary questioning but denies involvement in any damage to the note. Someone messed with it. The suspect's note. I, Keiichi Maebara, am in fear of my life. I do not know what they are after my life. The only thing I do know is that it has to do with Oyashiro-sama's curse. Rena and Mion are conspirators of the perpetrators. There are 4 or 5 adults, maybe more. They have a white van. This is all in the first sheet. Everything below has been ripped out. This is from the second sheet. Everything above has been ripped out. I have no idea why it has become like this. If you're reading this, then I'm probably already dead. The only difference may be some presence or lack of body. Yeah, the manager part's gone. You who are reading this, please uncover the truth. That is my only desire. Keiichi Maebara.
Who removed it? Bam! Woo, Ryukishi!
A new scenario has been unlocked. An all-cast review session has become available. To play it, select Actor on the title menu, then pick All-Cast Review Session. Higurashi When They Cry. Buy it now, spend time with your friends, and have a good time.
That's just chapter 1 out of 8. Did you like it? Yes. If you really want, you can watch the anime instead, but if you want the same immersion, then probably play the game. The anime has 26 episodes and another season with 26, I think. So Higurashi, then Higurashi Kai is the sequel. Yeah. Okay, your neck. I'm itchy. I'm itchy. Thank you. Oh my god, Dad. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, so for those of you looking to Silent Hill F, there's some of Ryukishi's work. The OVA, Ray? I forgot when you watched that. Yes, there is a version of this with voice acting. I think it's on the PSP. I would do that if it was possible. Yeah, pretty good. Sorry it took me so long. I hope you've enjoyed it. Ray Kai Holt, I know some of you are confused already. How the fuck do you make a second chapter if he's dead? Who knows? Immersion? Yay! I'm glad I can give you a good time. I'm glad I can give you a good time. I'm glad you enjoy. You know what? I know like VA or acting is not everyone's thing. Sometimes I guess you had to be like in Hollywood for it to be like, oh, that's cool. So I appreciate it. I hope you guys try some on your own too. Yeah, I'm glad you like. I can pull open the other one real quick and then we'll end. Any last things? So I'm gonna go rest. It's late. Oh my god! I'm out of the sauce. I'm right here. Hold on. I have Higurashi episode 2. Yeah, they made the new season. I think it's like some sort of sequel. Thanks for playing Higurashi. Your voice acting and Foley work really added to the atmosphere, which made the scenes even more intense. Looking forward to the next part. Thank you, Jess. Thank you. I think I'll try it after, like a week after TEMPUS week or that week. Emily, welcome to Maki Invite. Thank you. Kind of beat. Thank you so much for playing this. It was so good. Your VA goes so hard. No problem. Thanks for listening. Sorry, I hope I didn't scare you. Any chance records Friday? I want to touch it around, what's it called? Make it, why don't I have chapter 2 downloaded? Oh, here we go. Around Halloween, so soon. This may kill the stream. And for me, I'll play Higurashi. I can only finish up to chapter 2. Then after that, I would like to. But it's a good thing. It's a good thing. Because let's be honest, would you just watch me play the whole thing? So, to incentivize more sales, you buy. Check out the description if you want to buy. First chapter's free if you want to experience it yourself. If you really want to, there's the manga. I think it's okay. There's also the anime. But, you know, the being sexy. So there's also that. So I'd recommend that if you want, like, the best experience. But thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Watch, the stream's about to die. Swear to God. It's not dead yet. It loading. I'm right here. Let's hope it stays this way. It's always around this time anyways. Whenever you see it flicker and go red, you're just like, oh, yep, here it comes. So I'm like halfway used to it at this point. Who's the culprit? I'm sorry. Itchy. Oh, wait, hey. I can open it real quick. I'm curious. Oh my gosh. English. And we'll go on. Thank you, guys. Thank you for watching. Thank you. You have no idea how much happy it makes me. Look how tiny it is. Hold on. A chapter. See? How's your life? How's your taste of life in Inamazawa? A curse or conspiracy? I believe you have fully enjoyed everything, and everyone seems suspicious. But here at last, it's no surprise attack, but a real, direct incident. Please enjoy it. The difficulty is lower than Onikakushi, but it is extremely vicious. Oh my god, thank you for the super chat. Thank you. The kid. But it's just the second chapters, there's 8. Not Bergen style. I think I'm just trying to show real quick. So you're like, how do you continue chapter 2? Right? Hmm. To burn my beloved nod. The chirping of birds saves my alarm clock. Huh? Wasn't it Sunday? Here. Dun 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 dun. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. Bum 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 bum. Each chapter is a new story. No flashback. Each chapter is a new story. See that? That's what they get you. Yes, 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 yes. Or rather, it's repetition. So then, like, if you go down a different route in a game, it's like that. Thanks for streaming my favorite VN. No problem. Thanks for watching. If you don't get it to tonight, you should check out the chapter 1 all cast review. Okay, on stream. Okay, I'll check it before I do 2 next time. You'll see. I'm not telling you anything. If I say anything, I might spoil people. Go play it or watch. Play 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 or watch. Only thing I can tell you is that chapter 2 is Mion focused. So. Oh, and mate, thank you again for the super chat. Thank you everyone for the super chats. Thank you for the memberships. Sorry if I missed any. Why is your robot so cold? We are in space. One day, you want to go back in the water again? I was a heavy Mion stan as a kid, but now I'm like, oh, Rena's cute. She's very endearing. I don't know why, but like when I was a kid, I was like, huh, Rena, whatever. But now it's,
Oh, kana.
thank you so much for the quick impromptu voice lesson a while earlier. Oh, no problem. If anything, I think it's more annoying because I'm like, I go off track. I am a not very consistent person. I'm trying to fix it, but when I try to fix it, it gets even worse. But I'm getting better. It's just very slow. And if you enjoy me going off like that, that makes me happy. I really needed that kind of cause interaction after work today. I always love hanging around with you in the ruins. Take care, everyone. No problem. I hope your next time at work is also good. Just keep trying. Just keep trying. Okay. All right, I'm gonna head out now. I'm gonna rest. I need to cook more rice. I have spams too, but I ran out of rice. You can't have spam stew without rice. Thank you so much for the stream play. Your VR skills are amazing. Thank you. If it can keep you immersed, not take you out of it before I say like penis or something, that makes you doubly happy. So enjoy. Thank you everyone for watching. Tempus week is coming up. I think it will just be like, I think we're all just gonna take it like, okay, we Tempus, right? So we'll see. I'll try to get some streams in there if I can. If not, expect solo content like next week, but I'll try to throw some quick ones in there. I'll try to get out the schedule later, or if worst case scenario, I'll point out like, shouldn't you schedule point pay attention to that? So I'll try. I'll double check it. I'm kind of tired, you know. I'm gonna squeeze AC in if I can. I only got to get a couple things still behind the scenes done, and then once I get those, I can do way more gorilla streams. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Thanks, Shay. You're gonna wake up this week? I'd hope so. Okay. Well, not fully. Thanks for watching. Enjoy Tempus Week. See you tomorrow. I think it starts tomorrow, right? Enjoy. Have a good one. Play Higurashi when they cry if you're really interested. If you really don't want it, you can watch the anime. Just know the VN hits different, but I feel like I watched the Higurashi anime first. when I was a kid. And I understood it pretty well. Now when I play the VN, it's like the anime, but more well-paced and more psychological because you get to see more of his thoughts. Whereas in the anime, when Keiichi's freaking out, it's more like watching a Hollywood movie thriller where someone's freaking out, but you don't get to see how they're breaking down. You pick which one works for you. I do like the Higurashi anime. I do like it. It's not perfect though, so keep that in mind. So VN if you can. If you don't have time, then just go. Go do whatever you need. Okay? Alright. Play bye-bye. First anime. Even I know that. Even I know that. I haven't watched the new anime yet, but all the like Higurashi homies I know, they're like, no! They're like that. They're like, no, don't watch the new one. Don't watch the new one. Yeah, don't watch the new one. Watch it after you're done with everything. The first anime, it'll be an enjoyable watch. But that's all I know. Everyone was like, oh, new one, let's watch. Oh my god, don't watch it. It's like that. Okay, but have a good one. See ya. Play bye-bye. Hope you had a good time here. Play bye-bye. Rain! Oh, you can't read? Play Higurashi. Play bye-bye, everyone. Take it easy, alright? I really appreciate you guys watching this, thanks. Have a good one, bye.